Chapter 635. Although he walked faster than when he came, Xiaoqin still walked for a few days before he vaguely saw a plaza-like place not far away. There were many people on the plaza-like place, which made Xiaoqin slightly stunned. Wasn't this the exit? Why were there so many people? What were these people doing here instead of leaving? Xiaoqin quickened his pace, but he couldn't see the situation in front clearly because it was densely packed with people. He could only find a person on the periphery and ask, "Brother, may I ask, what is this? Isn't this the exit? Why aren't you leaving?" "Leaving? Are you new here?" The person was stunned at first, then he suddenly asked. "Yes, I just succeeded in Tao Enlightenment, so I came over. However, I heard that this is the exit, why can't I get out?" Xiaoqin asked curiously. "Don't mention it, there is a formation here. All of us are taking turns to attack the formation. I heard that only by breaking the formation can we get out." The person wiped the sweat on his forehead and said to Xiaoqin, "Come in queue with me. Wait for the next round of attacks." "What do you mean? So many people haven't broken the formation?" Xiaoqin was surprised. "Yes, it hasn't been broken since the beginning, so no one has gotten out." The person said gloomily, "I've been here for half a year." "What?" Xiaoqin was shocked. "Half a year? Didn't that mean that after the people of Tao Enlightenment Sand Valley came, no one left? Even if they succeeded in Tao Enlightenment, they were all gathered here to break some formation." "Sai, it's nothing to fuss about. I was also shocked when I first came, but I slowly got used to it. What else can we do if we don't break the formation?" The person looked at Xiaoqin's expression and said disapprovingly, "In a while, when it's our turn, we'll use all our strength to attack the formation." "All our strength? Don't tell me that no one is hiding it?" Xiaoqin realized that everyone was queuing up, and there were quite a number of people standing behind him. However, they were all orderly, standing in a circle, not fighting or fighting. Hiding what? Who didn't want to go out? Furthermore, it is not too tiring to use martial techniques here. After using all my strength once, I will be able to recover my strength in no time. The man said, "I have nothing to do anyway. It's better for me to keep using martial arts to attack the formation." "Then why didn't you keep attacking? Why didn't you come down?" Xiaoqin asked. "That won't do. Won't that be a waste of time? We've agreed that we'll go round by round. Each wave of people will go up and attack once and then come down. We'll line up at the back and recover our stamina. The next wave of people will go up and attack. This way we'll be able to unleash the greatest attack power." The man explained, "If I were to keep attacking there, no one would be willing to do so." "Is that so?" "From what I can see, there are some people resting nearby." Xiaoqin pointed at a spot not too far away. There were several cultivators resting at the edge of the square. Their attack power is too weak and they were mocked by others, so they were embarrassed to come up. Also, they felt bored, so they went to stay for a while and came back later. That person said, "Otherwise, who wouldn't want to attack the formation? Everyone has succeeded in comprehending the Tao and is looking for a place to display it." That person said. Xiaoqin was somewhat speechless. It turned out that they were not slacking off. The rules here were somewhat strange. After a while, it was Xiaoqin's group's turn. Xiaoqin and that person went up. However, Xiaoqin did not use the fireball technique. Instead, he used the dark flame palm. In front of everyone, there was a cylindrical ice crystal that looked like a crystal. It was impossible to see inside. This pillar flickered with a dazzling silver light, just like an ice lantern. It was very beautiful. Xiaoqin saw that everyone was attacking this pillar with all their might. Perhaps this was the so-called formation. Xiaoqin also slapped it with his palm. However, after he finished, before he could carefully admire it, he heard the others shout, "Let's retreat, next wave." Before Xiaoqin could react, he was pulled to the side by that person, making room for the people behind him. "I'm going to rest for a while. You go line up first," Xiaoqin said after being pulled out. "Oh, up to you." That person shook his head as if he was looking down on Xiaoqin. "You can't even make one move and you still want to rest. Isn't this too weak? Right now you might think that you are slacking off. After a long time you will know how boring it is to sit there. People who have just arrived are all like this. When they are bored, they will discover that attacking this formation is the best way to play. It's just like playing a game where everyone is fighting the world boss together." At this moment, Xiaoqin was very calm. He walked to the side and found a place to sit down. He felt that this sand valley was filled with strangeness. Previously, he could already conclude that there was someone controlling the sand valley from behind. Then, was there some premeditated plan to attack this cylindrical ice crystal? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, if this sand valley was really the so-called Tao Comprehension Sand Valley, then why was it so easy to enter as long as one had spirit stones, but it was as difficult as ascending to heaven when one wanted to leave? So many martial masters were attacking this cylindrical ice crystal, but there was no effect at all. That person had been attacking it for half a year. These people had been attacking it repeatedly, but they still didn't succeed. This didn't make any sense. In theory, if this sand valley did not have any ill intentions, then one could enter and leave. But from the looks of the current situation, if only one person entered, how could he break the array? Then wouldn't he die of old age here? With so many people unable to break the array, one person would not be able to leave in his lifetime. Unreasonable, absolutely unreasonable. Xiaoqin did not know if the others had thought of this point, or if they had thought of it, there was no other way. Perhaps in their opinion, breaking the array was the only way. But would breaking the cylindrical ice crystal really allow one to leave? If not for his previous experience, Xiaoqin might have believed it. But now Xiaoqin did not believe that the person behind the sand valley was so kind. No matter how he looked at it, Xiaoqin felt that he was filled with malice. He made everyone feel that they had gained enlightenment and improved their martial skills. Then he made everyone hold on to hope and work hard to attack the cylindrical ice crystal. Elder Heaven Ancestor, what do you think? Xiaoqin asked. I don't know for the time being, but I think you can try to communicate with that cylindrical ice crystal and see if there is any effect. Elder Heaven Ancestor thought for a moment and suggested. All right. Xiaoqin tried to sit cross-legged on the ground and began to communicate with the cylindrical ice crystal, just like how he communicated with the crack. Sure enough, not long after, Xiaoqin felt a trace of aura coming from the cylindrical ice crystal. Xiaoqin entered another thought and saw that it was the same person from before. He was holding a large saber and slashed at the cylindrical ice crystal. The cylindrical ice crystal shattered and this person was instantly teleported out of the sand valley. If he had not sensed this scene, it would have been fine. But now that he had, Xiaoqin was 100% sure that breaking the cylindrical ice crystal was definitely not a good thing. That person had given such a strong hint. Others would definitely believe it, but Xiaoqin did not believe it. Xiaoqin thought for a moment and decided to give it another try. Then he carefully observed the cylindrical ice crystal to see if there was any problem. Standing at the back of the queue, he just happened to see that person attack again. Seeing Xiaoqin coming over, he couldn't help but laugh. How is it? Didn't I say it? You sitting on the side will get bored very quickly. That's not being lazy, it's just being bored to death. All right. Xiaoqin smiled. Oh right, those who have just entered the sand valley, what if they come here? Oh, those who can't come without successfully comprehending the Tao, there will be a barrier here. You can only see the end of the sand valley, you can't come over. That person said, I went the wrong way before. So that's how it is. Xiaoqin nodded his head. After a while, it was Xiaoqin's turn to attack that person again. This time Xiaoqin used the fireball technique. A fireball hit the cylindrical ice crystal. Boom! The cylindrical ice crystal was shaken by Xiaoqin's attack. It shook twice on the spot, and the surface, after being roasted by the Samadhi true fire, caved in a large area. Although the fireball was extinguished in the end, this move was much stronger than the others' attacks. Everyone looked at Xiaoqin with some shock and some surprise. This person was so powerful. They had attacked for so long, but the effect was minimal. This person had caved in with one move? However, Xiaoqin didn't care about this. He could clearly feel that there was an excited and joyful aura coming from the cylindrical ice crystal. It seemed that he was very happy that Xiaoqin could cause such great damage to it. And at this moment, Xiaoqin felt that there seemed to be a black shadow in the cylindrical ice crystal, and this black shadow seemed to be the figure that he saw in his comprehension. That guy, is he inside? Young hero, you're too awesome. Continue activating your martial arts. The cultivators at the back saw that Xiaoqin was so powerful, so they didn't rush to replace him. Instead, they all said to Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to continue activating his martial arts. His intuition told him that if he really broke the cylindrical ice crystal, it wouldn't end well for him. So he smiled bitterly and said, This won't do. This move of mine has exhausted all my strength. I need to rest and recover. Oh, so that's how it is. Then hurry up and rest. The crowd didn't suspect anything. After all, the power of this unique skill was shocking. It was normal for Xiaoqin to rest for a while. Thus Xiaoqin walked to the side to rest. The people behind him also replaced him and continued to attack the cylindrical ice crystal. Elder Heaven Ancestor, do you feel anything? Xiaoqin asked. There's something inside the cylindrical ice crystal. It seems to be a primordial spirit. Elder Heaven Ancestor said slowly, it's a powerful existence. Even I feel a little apprehensive when I sense its aura. Oh? Xiaochen was slightly shocked. There was a primordial spirit inside the cylindrical ice crystal? Did that mean that it was the mastermind that controlled the entire Dao Enlightenment Sand Valley? Chapter 636. Letting him out is definitely not a good thing. Elder Heaven Ancestor suddenly said, I have roughly figured it out. This primordial spirit controls the entire Sand Valley. Those illusions of martial skill advancement are also created by this primordial spirit. That's right, I know that's exactly it. Xiaochen nodded. If that's the case, if we break the cylindrical ice crystal, then wouldn't the primordial spirit come out? That should be the case. Elder Heaven Ancestor said. So that's how it is. This sinister fellow. Xiaochen took a deep breath. Fortunately, he had not foolishly gone up and bombarded the place. Otherwise, he would have been screwed if he had really gotten that primordial spirit out. But why did he have to create the illusion of comprehending Dao? This is the Dao Enlightenment Sand Valley. If everyone attacked this cylindrical ice crystal the moment they came in, let's not talk about whether they could use their full strength. Even if they could, I feel that they wouldn't be as enthusiastic as they are now. Elder Heaven Ancestor said, if my guess is correct, there must be other ways to leave this Dao Enlightenment Sand Valley. It's just that under the strong hint of the primordial spirit, everyone felt that breaking the cylindrical ice crystal was the only way to leave. If everyone succeeded in Dao Enlightenment, they would be convinced by the figure. If my guess is correct, many people here should have also communicated with the cylindrical ice crystal and received the revelation that as long as they broke the cylindrical ice crystal, they would be able to leave. Because of the advancement of martial skills, they have no doubt that if there were no such illusions, even if someone attacked, there would be someone who would find another way to leave. Once someone succeeds, the primordial spirit will never be able to escape the restraints of this cylindrical ice crystal. So that's how it is. This old fellow is quite sinister. Xiaochen thought for a moment and said, watch how I take care of him. What are you going to do? Elder Heaven Ancestor was stunned. Now that we have the great devil, we lack the second devil. And little devil, do you want to find a playmate? Xiaochen asked with a sinister smile. That's possible, and little demon said. Xiaochen stretched his body and once again began to communicate with the cylindrical ice crystal. This time he very quickly entered that thought. Clearly the primordial spirit was even more anxious than him. As soon as he entered, his primordial spirit kept hinting that he would be able to leave this place after breaking the cylindrical ice crystal. That figure slashed at the cylindrical ice crystal again and again. Xiaochen, on the other hand, was neither too fast nor too slow. He frowned and said weakly, "Sigh, that move just now was a bit too big. I almost collapsed. Looks like it's still better for me to use the dark flame palm. This fireball martial skill can easily cause me to collapse and die." After hearing Xiaochen's words, the figure was obviously a little anxious. How could he do that? The dark flame palm didn't cause any damage to the cylindrical ice crystal, but the fireball spell was different. It could burn a big hole in the cylindrical ice crystal. Therefore, in a moment of desperation, the silhouette began to hint. He threw the knife away and began to throw fireballs at the ice crystal. After a few fireballs, the cylindrical ice crystal shattered. Oh? I realized that if I use the fireball technique to attack, I will be able to leave quickly? Xiaochen scratched his head and said to himself. When the silhouette heard this, he was so happy that he almost nodded in agreement. However, Xiaochen's following words almost made him vomit blood. But my body is simply too weak. I can't even activate one move. My kidney is weak. Xiaochen said with some depression. It seems that I have to eat a few big kidneys after I go back. The silhouette was about to curse. What the F***ck are you trying to do? Your garbage physique is useless no matter what you eat. What the F***ck, what do you want to do, you weakling? Xiaochen shook his head and said, if it's like before, I can feel my stamina replenishing as soon as I meditate, that'll be great. At that time, my energy will be beyond my imagination. The silhouette clenched his teeth and gathered a lot of spiritual energy around Xiaochen's body. He was thinking, F***ck, when I come out in a moment, the first thing I will do is to kill this troublesome trash. It's almost the same as being troublesome for your mother. Not bad just like this. It's so cool. Xiaochen shouted in comfort, don't stop, don't stop. The silhouette's whole body trembled a little. F***ck, are you visiting a brothel? Still don't stop, this is spiritual energy. Xiao Chen began to crazily absorb the spiritual energy again. He absorbed as much as he could. It was really cool. He found that this silhouette was really easy to fool. He didn't know how he fooled so many people. The Elder Heaven Ancestor was also a little speechless. This Xiao Chen was really a bit of a scammer. But thinking about this guy's character, it was not strange. Xiao Chen specialized in scamming his enemies for fun. The silhouette felt that it was about time, so he collected the spiritual energy and continued to hint to Xiao Chen that he should quickly go out and make his move. This body of mine, although it's a little better, but I didn't take medicine today, I feel so cute. Xiao Chen stood up and said to himself, my aptitude is poor. I have no choice but to be a medicine pot. If I don't take medicine, my whole body will feel uncomfortable and my legs will cramp. I can't use any strength at all. I left in a hurry and forgot to bring medicine. Medicine. The silhouette was stunned. Why does this guy still need to take medicine? Is he sick? But after hearing his words, he immediately understood. This kid's aptitude was trash. It was estimated that the reason he could cultivate to the level of martial master was because of the accumulation of medicine. In that case, this guy must be a second-generation cultivator of some big sect. I'm afraid he is the descendant of the sect leader or the great elder. Otherwise, how could such a trash aptitude be cultivated into a martial master? How many medicinal ingredients would be wasted? If only I have heavenly beard grass, 9 heaven velvet. Xiao Chen listed the names of a bunch of medicinal ingredients and said, with these I can continuously use big moves after taking them. The silhouette was not stupid. He was a little puzzled before, but when he heard Xiao Chen ask for things, he became a little suspicious. Even if a normal person needed medicinal ingredients, they would not be able to name all the medicinal ingredients. Who was he talking to? The silhouette now felt that Xiao Chen had discovered him and came to ask him for these medicinal ingredients? But if someone said that Xiao Chen with his trash aptitude could discover him, he also did not believe it. How could a trash like him sense his existence? Moreover, things like primordial spirit were rare. How could this kid know about it? Thinking of this, the silhouette felt that he might be thinking too much. The medicinal ingredients that Xiao Chen wanted were very common, so he hinted. He first walked to a corner of the square, then dug up the yellow sand in the corner of the square. He took out a box and opened it. It was filled with all kinds of treasures. Of course, in order to not arouse Xiao Chen's suspicion, he deliberately added some other materials. To make it more realistic, he even put in 2 pieces of spiritual jade. The silhouette actually had a lot of property. These things that Xiao Chen wanted were really nothing. In his opinion, they were all trash. Oh my god, there are treasures here? Xiao Chen was shocked. That's great, I'll go treasure hunting. Looking at Xiao Chen's silly look, the silhouette heaved a sigh of relief. This was a simple-minded person. He really thought too much. Xiao Chen returned to reality from his thoughts. Then, he quickly found the edge of the sand valley according to the direction that the silhouette had pointed out before and began to dig. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Xiao Chen to dig out a treasure chest. Although Xiao Chen looked happy on the surface, he was shocked in his heart. It seemed that the person behind the scenes' control over the sand valley was far beyond Xiao Chen's imagination. He didn't think that these things were buried in advance because the things inside were what Xiao Chen needed. How could the silhouette have known before? Although most of the people were attacking the cylindrical ice crystal in full swing, some people noticed Xiao Chen. When they saw that he had dug out the treasure, they all gathered around. However, Xiao Chen had already put away the spiritual jades without batting an eyelid. The remaining things were some common goods. What kind of trash is this? The first cultivator who came to take a look took a look and turned away in disgust. The remaining people came to take a look out of curiosity and shook their heads. However, the others who didn't look also left. If it was good stuff, everyone wouldn't have such a reaction. Everyone please make way. I'm going to use some materials to activate my big move now. Xiao Chen hugged the box, squeezed through the crowd and ran to the cylindrical ice crystal. Being pushed away, some cultivators were naturally unhappy. However, when they saw that it was Xiao Chen, the young hero who had just dented the cylindrical ice crystal, they all took the initiative to make way. After all, they had been attacking for a long time without any effect. The other person had dented the cylindrical ice crystal with one move, so there must be something special about him. Since this person had come, they would let him go first. Therefore, very soon Xiao Chen squeezed to the side of the cylindrical ice crystal. Those who were ready to attack also made way to give Xiao Chen a chance to display his skills. Xiao Chen began to follow the instructions of the Elder Heaven Ancestor. He used the materials to arrange a small formation and began to use the Samadhi True Fire to refine the cylindrical ice crystal. He was using the method of refining the ghost talisman devil, so the preparation work was more troublesome. However, the other cultivators couldn't understand it. They all thought that Xiaochen was going to activate his big move. However, even if they couldn't understand it, it didn't mean that everyone else couldn't understand it. There was indeed someone who understood it, and that was the primordial spirit figure inside the cylindrical ice crystal. What is this kid doing? Why does it feel like what he is doing is somewhat familiar? Where have I seen it before? The primordial spirit figure thought it was a little strange. However, it had been too long and he couldn't remember it. This kid probably knows some crooked ways to help me break the cylindrical ice crystal, right? The primordial spirit figure thought, and his heart was happy. He was going to get out soon. This was really great. This feeling of being bound was simply too much. In a flash, thousands of years had passed and he was finally going to be free. Wow. Hey. Something doesn't seem right. After the primordial spirit figure was happy, he looked at Xiaochen, but found that what he was doing was not just to break the cylindrical ice crystal. Chapter 637. Although the cylindrical ice crystal began to melt under the influence of the fireball spell, he still felt that there was an indescribable strangeness. Since when could this kid use the fireball technique consecutively? It looked like he was being roasted by fire. Did this person's aptitude become better? Could it be that he used up all the materials and suddenly exploded? No, those materials were not used at all. They were piled up around the cylindrical ice crystal in a certain pattern. What did this mean? Could it be that this could provide him with energy so that he could use the fireball technique continuously? Oh my god. That primordial spirit figure was shocked. He was done for. Wasn't this a formation? He was not very good at formations when he was alive, and it was a long time ago. He couldn't remember it for a while. Until now, he finally saw clearly that Xiaochen had set up a simple formation. Although he didn't know how to set up this formation, he had seen others set it up before. This was a quite vicious formation. It was a formation to refine the ghost talisman devil. This time he was scared out of his wits. He carefully examined Xiaochen again. Oh my god, this is not a martial cultivator or a devil cultivator at all. This is AF** King Cultivator. How could there be a cultivator in this era? He took a closer look. F***CK, he's a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. If it was when he was alive, a small cultivator at the foundation establishment stage would be in existence that could be pinched to death in minutes. But it was not possible now. Not to mention that he was sealed in the cylindrical ice crystal. Even if he came out, he would not be a match for him. Unless he used a special method to possess him, or ran away first and came back to settle the score after his cultivation was done. But the key problem was that this kid wanted to refine the ghost talisman devil. Once the cylindrical ice crystal shattered, it would be the time for him to be refined. Damn it, the primordial spirit figure finally figured it out. Previously, this kid was lying to him. This kid's aptitude was not trash at all. He had the aptitude to be a cultivator. However, he subconsciously thought that there was absolutely no cultivator in this era, and he didn't think in that direction at all. And the more heaven-defying a cultivator's aptitude was, the more they couldn't cultivate into a martial cultivator or a demonic cultivator, because those were two different paths. He checked Xiaochen's aptitude and felt that he was trash. Then he kept satisfying Xiaochen's wishes. Now, it seemed that all his efforts had gone to this kid. He wanted the spiritual chi for cultivation, and he wanted these materials to refine himself into a ghost talisman devil. Thinking of this, the essence spirit figure felt that he absolutely could not sit still and wait for death. He hurriedly communicated with Xiaochen's mind. In fact, Xiaochen was also waiting to communicate. Feeling a strong mental fluctuation, Xiaochen naturally stopped his work and began to communicate with this mental fluctuation. Kid, you're AF** King Cultivator, aren't you? This time, the figure didn't disguise himself with Xiaochen at all. As soon as he saw Xiaochen come in, he glared at him and shouted, "Oh, what do you mean by a cultivator?" Xiaochen blinked his eyes innocently and looked as if he would beat him to death if he didn't accept it. You. The figure really couldn't do anything to Xiaochen. This Dao Enlightenment Sand Valley was a territory that he had refined using all his Taoist techniques. However, he could only use his mind to control a small part of things. His body was still sealed in the cylindrical ice crystal, so he couldn't use his strength at all. "What me?" Xiaochen said, "Didn't you put on quite a good act just now? Did you pretend to be some martial intent? Why can you suddenly speak? Have you evolved into a spirit?" The figure was a little angry. "Are you trying to refine me into a ghost talisman devil?" "Yes." Xiao said directly without hiding anything. You're too wicked. The figure looked at Xiao shameless look and was extremely angry. You used my spiritual qi and asked for my materials. Is this how you repay me? Hey? What you said is so strange. You tricked us to come here to work for you. You wanted to open your seal and you even pretended to improve our martial skills. What do you say? Xiao scratched his head and asked. This. The figure was a little stunned when he heard Xiao words. He always thought that it was Xiao fault, but he didn't think that it was all because of him. He snorted and said, What do you want? I don't want anything. Actually, I'm a very easy person to talk to. I already have a ghost talisman devil, so it doesn't matter if I have you or not. However, I can't get out now, so I'll reluctantly refine you. Xiao spread out his hands with a helpless expression. How can you stop? The figure looked at Xiao and asked angrily. I've already said that you can let us go. Can't you just let us go? Xiao said. Well, if you open my seal and don't refine me into a ghost talisman devil, I can promise you that I'll let you go. The figure said. Oh, then I'd better refine you. Xiao said, I spent so much effort to open your seal. Is there something wrong with me? I'll give you something good. The figure rolled his eyes and said, It's something good for cultivators. What is it? Xiao was interested. Let me go first and I'll tell you. The figure looked at Xiao treacherously and smiled. Oh, then I'll refine you into a ghost talisman devil, and you'll tell me all your secrets. Xiao said directly, Okay, don't bother me. I'm going to start. Hey, don't. The figure didn't expect that Xiao wouldn't be tempted at all. He had no choice but to say, Then what do you want me to do? Give me those good things and tell me how to get out of here. Xiao did not waste any words. The reason why he had patiently talked so much with this primordial spirit was because Xiao did not have absolute confidence that he could refine this primordial spirit. This was because even the Sky Elder had said that he did not have the confidence to deal with it. Therefore Xiao did not want to take the risk. If the refinement failed and this primordial spirit escaped, then he would be in trouble in the future. Humph, do you really think that I can't deal with you? I created this sand valley and I can control everything here at any time. After listening to Xiao conditions, the figure directly threatened him angrily, I can decide whether you live or die. Do you believe me? Oh, okay, then let's see who can refine who first. Xiao didn't care at all. If the spirit had a way, it would have already made a move. Why would it wait until now to talk terms with him? You. The spirit saw that Xiao was simply stubborn. After hesitating for a moment, he had no choice but to compromise. Okay. I promise you I'll tell you how to leave. The spirit thought that although Xiao had left and given him the good things, it was still better than being refined into a ghost talisman devil. After all, he didn't know how good Xiao technique was, so he didn't dare to take the risk. Although Xiao strength was low, his formation and refining technique were not bad. What if he could refine it? Okay. Xiao said, leave the good things here first. I'll come back later to get them. Don't let others see it. No problem, put it in the same place as before. The spirit said. Then how do we get out? Xiao asked. Here there is a hidden door. As long as you continue to walk forward, you can get out. As the primordial spirit spoke, it went to demonstrate to Xiao. It was in a hidden corner and it did not look like there was anything wrong with it. Xiao even had to jump 3 feet high before he could jump up. That place was no different from the ordinary side walls of the Sand Valley, but it allowed people to enter. After Xiao wrote it down, he nodded, stood up and said to everyone, Okay, I've cracked it. I know how to get out. How do we get out? Everyone asked quickly after listening. Can we get out without breaking this cylindrical ice crystal? Someone asked in disbelief. Everyone follow me. Xiao didn't care whether everyone could listen or not. He went directly to the place where the spirit had demonstrated before. Then he jumped and stood on the side wall. He walked forward and said as he walked, From here we can get out. As he spoke, Xiao took a step forward and quickly ran out. He was a cultivator, so his speed was extremely fast. He felt that he was running on a slope, but he could not see his surroundings clearly. It was as if his surroundings were filled with quicksand, but he could still pass through it. After running for about 10 minutes, Xiao came out of the desert, but when he looked down there was nothing under his feet. I'm afraid this is also a formation, an irreversible formation. Nearby is the teleportation formation that Xiao came from before. It seems that the spirit didn't lie. Xiao could be sure that the spirit was afraid of him, so what it said was the truth. However, Xiaoqun didn't wait here for the others to come out. He didn't know if he would be targeted. After all, his performance inside was more dazzling. In the Sand Valley, everyone worked together, so they didn't have any other thoughts. If these people came out and asked Xiaoqun all sorts of questions or even harbored bad intentions, it would be troublesome. Therefore, Xiaoqun quickly took out 10 spirit stones from his backpack and placed them on the teleportation formation. Then he stood on the teleportation formation. The next moment he was teleported back to the Sand Valley again. The remaining people in the Sand Valley saw that Xiaoqun didn't come back for a long time. It was obvious that he had really left. Some people imitated him and began to try. When one went in, the second one followed. Then everyone left the Sand Valley one by one. We can really get out from here. How did that kid find out? The people who came out couldn't help but think of Xiaoqun. Where's the kid from before? Why isn't he here? I still want to ask him why his martial arts are so powerful. This was a martial cultivator at the 10th level of the martial master realm. He seems to have left, there's no one here. Another demonic cultivator at the 10th level of the martial master realm said. Chapter 638. Forget it, everyone disperse. The 10th layer martial master waved his hand and said, "That's right, let's go our separate ways." The devil master of the 10th layer also said loudly. When the rest of the people who came out heard the words of the two of them, they didn't say much and dispersed one after another. Some of them had already been in the Sand Valley for more than a year. At this moment, they naturally had to quickly contact their families or sections. However, no one tried to activate their martial skills again. They all left with tacit understanding. Perhaps everyone knew that if they were to fight, it would turn into a chaotic battle. Perhaps no one would be able to benefit from it. As for the two 10th layer martial masters, they clearly understood this logic. Therefore, they called out to everyone and persuaded everyone to leave first. At this moment, Xiaoqun had already returned. He began to madly rush in the direction of the cylindrical ice crystal. Firstly, it was to escape from the people outside. Secondly, it was to retrieve the treasures. He believed that after these people left, the news that the Sand Valley was a lie would definitely spread. At that time, no one would come again. However, there were still some people left in the Sand Valley who had not succeeded in comprehending the Tao. Xiaoqun couldn't care less. Even if Xiaoqun told them that this place was fake, they might not believe him. They would definitely think that Xiaoqun was selfish. He had succeeded in comprehending the Tao, but he didn't want others to succeed as well. Therefore, rather than causing trouble, it was better to let nature take its course. However, it was a pity for his companions from before. After returning to the cylindrical ice crystal, Xiaoqun discovered that the Sand Valley Plaza, which was originally the pinnacle of life, had become empty and very quiet. At this moment, Xiaoqun didn't care about anything. He directly asked, "Have the treasures been buried?" "Yes, they're all buried." The primordial spirit's voice sounded. "It seems that you're still keeping your word. Then I won't continue refining you. Although, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure that I can successfully refine you, I'm almost 90% sure." Xiaoqun said, "Don't use some trash to fool me." "I know." When the primordial spirit heard Xiaoqun's words, he no longer had any doubts. Otherwise, after he had compromised, he would have calmed down and thought about it. Why did Xiaoqun compromise? Obviously, he could refine him into a ghost talisman devil. At that time, perhaps his things would belong to Xiaoqun, and there would be no secrets at all. Wouldn't that be better than now? Moreover, Xiaoqun had the help of the ghost talisman devil. But now that Xiaoqun said this, he understood that Xiaoqun was not 100% sure. This was reasonable, but even if it was only 90%, he did not dare to provoke Xiaoqun. He was afraid that Xiaoqun would directly fight him to the death. Xiaoqun came to the place where he had dug up the treasure and dug out another chest. Opening it, he saw 4 pieces of spirit jades neatly stacked inside. Adding the 2 pieces from before, there were 6 pieces in total. This made Xiaoqun very happy. This was a good thing and Xiaoqun needed it. He did not expect the primordial spirit to really not lie to him. "How is it? Not bad, right?" The primordial spirit said proudly. "So little." Xiaoqun appeared disappointed, but he was overjoyed in his heart. "Little? Bullshit, this is my savings for many years. Some people use spirit jades as spirit stones to activate the teleportation formation, but this kind of people are not common. I only collected these and I gave them all to you. I have no use for it." The primordial spirit said angrily, "I didn't know that you only had 90% confidence in refining me, so I can't lie to you. Then you didn't have any stock before?" Xiaoqun could not help but ask. The previous stock is arranged in this sand valley. Where is it? The primordial spirit said helplessly, I didn't expect that because of you, all my previous efforts would be wasted. I guess no one will come here in the future. That's not my problem, you continue to stay here and play by yourself, I'm leaving, bye-bye. Xiaochen put away the spirit jades, then jumped and ran outside. Xiaochen did not think that there would be anyone waiting outside, because no one knew that he would return, so there was no point in waiting outside. Sure enough, as Xiaochen guessed, when he went out, there was no one outside. Xiaochen breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward. He did not stay in the vicinity, but returned to the ruins of the Paoli clan's cultivation city. Although the energy stones were in his hands, the purpose of Xiaochen's trip was to find the extraterrestrial ink meteorite, not only to find it for Xia Zhili, but also for Xiaochen himself. This heavenly treasure can help a martial master level expert to break through to the general level, then can I also use it to break through to the gold core stage? Xiaochen already knew that after the foundation establishment stage was the gold core stage, which was equivalent to the general level of martial cultivators and devil cultivators. Of course, it was only on paper, but in a real fight, a general of the same level was absolutely not a match for a cultivator. Looking at the 4 words Bubble Li Clan written on the castle, Xiaochen hesitated as to whether or not he should enter. After all, the map in his hand stopped here. There was no detailed map inside. If he wanted to enter, he would have to rely on himself. Friend, are you planning to go to the ruins of the Paoli clan? At this time, a voice sounded from afar. Xiaochen saw a person rushing over. The reason why it was said to be rushing was because this person was driving a convertible. Xiaochen was a little puzzled. How did this person drive in? Is there another way to enter the Hakanamata desert? He paid a high price to come in, but this person did not let him drive. Could it be that this person spent more money? Yes, you are. Xiaochen was already standing next to the ruins. If he said no, he would be lying, so he might as well admit it. I'm also here to explore, the person said. Let me introduce myself, I'm Tagan Shanxiong. Hello. Xiaochen nodded, waiting for him to continue. You're here for the spirit stones? Tagan Shanxiong asked, his eyes turning. Yes. Xiaochen nodded again. Did you get it? Tagan Shanxiong asked. Not yet. Xiaochen shook his head. Then we can go together, the person said. You're a martial master, right? Entering the ruins requires the cooperation of a few people. You can't go in alone, but if you're willing, we can work together. What's in it for me? Xiaochen felt that this person was too enthusiastic, but thinking of Maoguang before, he didn't suspect much. He just asked, if we find the spirit stones in the ruins, how about we give them to you first? The person said, of course, but the other things will belong to us. Oh, do you know that there must be spirit stones in there? Xiaochen didn't argue with him. His purpose here was the outer sky ink meteorite, but he couldn't tell anyone. That's not necessarily true, but if there isn't, as a reward, each of us will give you some spirit stones and help you get 10. How about that? The person looked very generous. Forgive me for being blunt, but what are you looking for in the ruins? Xiaochen asked without batting an eyelid. Oh, we're here to verify something, not to find anything, the person said with a smile. The introduction just now may not have been comprehensive, but let me say it again. I'm from the Wulin archaeology team, you can call me Captain Tagan. We're a group of martial masters with the same hobby of archaeology. We formed an archaeology team and traveled through all kinds of mountain ruins. Wulin archaeology team? Xiaochen was a little confused after hearing this. There was such an organization? These people were all martial masters, but they still went to archaeology. It was the first time he heard of this. Subconsciously, Xiaochen felt that this person wasn't very reliable, but since this person said so, he didn't ask any more. He just said, okay, if that's the case, then it's fine for me to join. But what if we find other valuable things? According to the rules, of course we'll split it equally. Tagan Shanxiong smiled and said, other than giving you spirit stones first, we'll split the other things equally. If it's more valuable than spirit stones, then we can give you some. That's fair. Xiaochen nodded. If that's the case, when do we act? Of course, even if our team is temporary, it's very fair, Tagan Shanxiong said. Tagan Shanxiong said, wait a minute, there are still 4 people. When they arrive, the 6 of us will move together. Okay, do you have a map of the ruins? The reason why Xiaochen agreed to form a team with them was because he didn't have a map of the ruins. If he went in, it was very likely that he would get lost. With these people, it would be better. Yes, but it's only a rough map. It's not very complete. Tagan Shanxiong said, since my teammates haven't come, you can take a look, As he said this, Tagan Shanxiong took out a map and handed it to Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin took it and looked at it. However, the map was really simple. It only had the approximate route and position of the Bubbly clan's cultivation city. It didn't have the exact location. However, Xiaoqin quickly memorized it. Maybe it would be of great use. Thank you, this map is very rough. I don't understand it. Xiaoqin returned the map to Tagan Shanxiong and said with a smile. Yes, this map is just a reference. We need to use past experience to accurately judge some things. Tagan Shanxiong smiled and said, when the time comes, you will know how wise your choice was. Otherwise, if you go in yourself, you might not be able to find anything. After all, this ruins has been visited many times. It's hard to say what good things are left. Yes, I think so too. Xiaoqin nodded. Not long after, 2 more cars arrived and 4 people got out. Tagan Shanxiong stepped forward and greeted them one by one. Then he said, this is a trial challenger that wants to form a team with us. He wants to go to the ruins to look for spirit stones. Friend, introduce yourself. Chapter 639. I am Xiaoqin, a martial master-level demonic cultivator. I am here on a spirit stone mission. I am very happy to be able to travel with you. I hope you can take care of me. Xiaoqin cupped his fists and said, well said, well said. The others smiled and said, the 4 of us are Captain Tagan's team members. My name is Zhang Zhongyuan, nicknamed Baldy. Friends can call me Brother Baldy. A bald team member said. My name is Jianghu Shui, nicknamed Skinny Jiang. Another team member with a slender body said. Just call me Xiaoqing. This was a man with a gloomy face. He did not look like someone easy to get along with. My name is Xueqian. This was a woman wearing a veil. Xiaoqin could not see her real face, but she gave him a familiar feeling as if he had seen her somewhere before. Xiaoqin nodded and greeted them one by one. Then he said, excuse me, do you often explore together? No, we are all archaeology enthusiasts. When there is a mission we will gather together. Normally we don't get together. We meet about once a year. Baldy waved his hand and said, we all have our own specialties. Yes, I am in charge of finding the ruins and estimating the value of the ruins. Then we will contact each other on the internet and gather together. The one called Tagan Shanxiong said, we all come from different sects or families. We will not deliberately ask each other's background. For this kind of exploration, the more people there are, the more fun it will be. This time I am inviting you. If you think it is good, you can join us next time. We can form a team to explore other ruins. So that's how it is. Xiaoqin nodded. No wonder the 4 of them didn't come together with Tagan and Shanxiong. It turned out that they came from different places. Yes, how about it? Are you interested? Tagan Shanxiong smiled. I will take a look first. Xiaoqin did not reply immediately. For the time being, Xiaoqin did not know whether this Tagan Shanxiong was a friend or a foe, whether he had good or bad intentions. At the very least, Xiaoqin could not make out any intentions from this person's words. At most, these people wanted to go to the ruins to find something, but they didn't plan to share it with him. They just wanted to give him spirit stones. But this was understandable. No one would be so generous to a stranger. Good, since everyone is here, let's go. Tagan Shanxiong waved his hand and led Xiaoqin and the others into the ruins of the Paoli clan. Inside the ruins, what Xiaoqin saw was even more dilapidated than he had imagined. There were broken walls and ruins everywhere, and the ground was covered in yellow sand. However, from the vaguely majestic buildings, he could tell that this place must have been prosperous once. He didn't know why the Bubbly clan gave up on this place in the end. Was there an accident or something? If it wasn't for an accident, they wouldn't have left important things here when they moved. Although spirit stones were not as valuable as spirit jades, they were still very precious things. Leaving them here for people to search for, it could be seen that the Paoli clan had left in a hurry. Don't touch the things on the ground. At this time, Tagan Shanxiong reminded Xiaoqin, don't look at the ground. Sometimes you can see spirit stones, but that's an illusion created by the desert hermit scorpions. Those things are highly toxic and whoever touches them will die. Brother Xiaoqiang, you must be careful. I understand. Xiaoqin smiled gratefully. Although he knew this person's warning was still very kind. At this point, Xiaoqin let down his guard a little. However, he didn't completely let it go. The few of them quickly moved forward. Tagan Shanxiong led the way as if he was very familiar with the terrain. He didn't stop at all, nor did he look at the map. This made Xiaoqin a little suspicious. At this thought, Xiaoqin couldn't help but ask, Captain Tagan, with all due respect, have you been here before? Tagan Shanxiong was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood what Xiaochen meant. He paused and said, "Of course I've been here before. As the initiator of the mission, I have to investigate first. This is a necessary condition. Brother Xiaochang, are you suspecting that I have some ulterior motives?" "No, I'm just a little curious." Xiaochen laughed and said, "I'm alone in an unfamiliar place, so I naturally have to be careful. I hope Captain Tagan won't take offense." "Of course not." Tagan Shanxiong shook his head. Instead he praised Xiaochen, "You're right. When you're out alone, there's nothing wrong with being more cautious. When adventuring in a remnant, the most important thing is to be cautious. You can't be reckless. Otherwise you might lose your life if you're not careful." These words made Xiaochen feel that Tagan Shanxiong was open and aboveboard. However, Xiaochen was also puzzled. Why was this group of strangers so good to him? Did they just want him to join their exploration team? But why did they trust a person they met so much? Were they not suspicious of his origins? They didn't even ask a single question? Or was it really as Tagan Shanxiong said, that they didn't even ask about each other's origins? Fortunately, Tagan Shanxiong did not have time to talk to Xiaochen. After praising him, he continued to hurry forward. Xiaochen also saw that other than himself, the others seemed to trust Tagan Shanxiong very much. They did not feel that there was anything wrong with rushing. Of course, Xiaochen had a good impression of Tagan Shanxiong, but it did not mean that he was not on guard at all. However, Xiaochen did not think that Tagan Shanxiong would covet anything from him. Since he was willing to do the mission for spirit stones, he obviously did not have any good cultivation resources. At the very least, these people would not join forces to rob him. After passing through these ruins, Xiaochen found that the scene in front of him suddenly changed. It was no longer an endless desert, but some desert plants appeared. Looking ahead, there was even a dense forest. This made Xiaochen a little surprised. Could there be a dense forest in the desert? Soon, under Tagan Shanxiong's lead, everyone entered the dense forest, but his speed had obviously slowed down. Not only that, after walking for a while, Tagan Shanxiong took out his compass and compared it with the map. His behavior made Xiaochen breathe a sigh of relief. The previous road was easier to walk, so it was normal to walk fast. Looking at Tagan Shanxiong's behavior in the dense forest, it was obvious that this was his first time here, so he should not have any special intentions. After walking for a few more hours, Tagan Shanxiong stopped and said, "The place where it now is a secret treasure trove of the Paoli clan. Not many people know about this place. Moreover, the treasures are scattered, so not all of them have been taken away." When Xiaochen saw Tagan Shanxiong looking at him, he nodded and said, "Do you need me to do anything?" "Yes, Xiaochang, I see that you are a demonic cultivator. This time, we need your help to break the formation of the treasure house," Tagan Shanxiong said. "What do you mean?" Xiaochen was a little inexplicable. Why did they need him again? Wasn't he just here to be bystanders? Tagan Shanxiong explained to Xiaochen, "Xiaochen, through my observation along the way, I know that you are a reliable and trustworthy person, so I will tell you the truth. The reason why I want to rope you in is because you are a demonic cultivator." Xiaochen said curiously, "You knew that I was a demonic cultivator?" When he heard Xiaochen's question, Tagan Shanxiong nodded and said, "Yes, I sense the aura of a demonic cultivator on you, and this mission requires the help of a demonic cultivator. The reason I didn't say it clearly before was because we didn't have any trust between us. But after arriving here through my observation, I noticed that you aren't a rash person, and you are very kind as well. You should be a good partner." This person's words were very reasonable, but Xiaochen's heart trembled. It would be strange if this person could see that I'm a demonic cultivator. I'm not a demonic cultivator at all, I'm a true cultivator. It was possible for this person to be able to discern whether someone was a martial cultivator or a demonic cultivator, but how great was this person's ability to discern that Xiaochen was a demonic cultivator? He hadn't revealed any strength at all, and he had only introduced himself as a demonic cultivator, yet this person had actually taken advantage of him. But don't forget, this person had first looked for him to cooperate, and only then did he know that he was a demonic cultivator. Moreover, if Xiaochen didn't appear here, where would he go to find a demonic cultivator? Wouldn't the five of them come? Therefore what he said was reasonable, but in reality, it didn't make any sense. However, Xiaochen pretended not to hear it and instead showed the joy of being valued. He said happily, "Is that so? You still need my help? Along the way, I seem to have been leeching experience, and now there's finally a place for me to be of use. Captain Tagan, just tell me." Originally, we only planned to look for some treasures in the periphery, but the array formation in the periphery is very simple, and I'm afraid that others have already broken it. However, since Brother Xiaochang is a demonic cultivator, we can break some of the more profound array formations now, but there might be some dangers that could lead to injuries. I wonder if Brother Xiaochang dares to attack together? Tagan Shanxiong's words seemed to be an explanation and supplement to the previous sentence. Xiao Chen's heart trembled, but on the surface he smiled and said, "Of course, since I'm here, I naturally have to get some good things. If it's just a few spirit stones, I'd be letting myself down. By the way, I wonder if I have a share?" Although Xiao Chen had begun to suspect Tagan Shanxiong, since there were benefits, he wouldn't miss it. Wealth comes from danger. He felt that these people shouldn't be lying to him. There were indeed treasures here, and they really needed his help to open some array formation. However, the dangers brought about by the array formation might have been downplayed by Tagan Shanxiong. Xiao Chen believed that wealth and danger coexisted, and there was no such thing as reaping without sowing. Chapter 640. Otherwise, if these people wanted to trick him, they could have done it elsewhere. There was no need for them to come here. Very good, young hero Xiao is really young and promising. Your heroic spirit reaches the clouds. Tagan Shanxiong laughed and said, "In that case, I won't hide it from you. In a while we will open the formation. The 5 of us will attack it, but we need a demonic cultivator to help us resist the formation's backlash." The formation's backlash? Xiao Chen frowned. Do I have to resist it? Yes, the formation here is very strange. If there are devil cultivators here, they will simply choose the devil cultivators to suffer from the backlash. As for us, we don't need to be tired of dealing with the backlash of the formation. But you will have to work hard alone. Tagan Shanxiong said, "This formation is very well hidden. No one should have discovered it before, so if we break it, we should be the first to enter. Besides spirit stones, I can give you more of the good stuff inside." Then will I be in danger? Xiao Chen asked. At this point, there definitely won't be any big danger, but there will be small dangers. Tagan Shanxiong said, "If I want to lie to you, I can completely deceive you and let you suffer the formation's backlash. But I'm telling you in advance. You can also see my sincerity. Whether you want to go or not, it's up to you." The more he acted like this, the more a normal person would believe him. However, because Xiao Chen had his suspicions before, he didn't completely believe his words. In Xiao Chen's opinion, perhaps half of what this person said was true, but it wasn't completely true. If he completely believed it, then he would really be a fool. Then why didn't you find a demonic cultivator to help before? Why did you wait until now? Xiao Chen asked with some doubt. Since this formation needed the help of a demonic cultivator, then what did they do before? If they couldn't find a demonic cultivator, Xiao Chen would not believe it. If they could form a team with a random person at the entrance of a cultivation ruin, then how could they not find a reliable candidate before? Was that even possible? Tagan Shanxiong smiled bitterly and said, We didn't even think about breaking that formation. We just wanted to find some formations that had been broken before and see if there were any good things inside. We didn't even consider these unknown formations. After all, even if the formation is broken, there might still be danger in the treasury because danger and benefits coexist. Everyone understands this logic. So you changed your mind when you saw me? Xiao Chen naturally didn't believe this excuse. Of course not. Previously, I met an old acquaintance in the desert. He told me some news. Tagan Shanxiong said, "This old friend of mine is a local tyrant in this area. He has some information that others don't know about. Because he is familiar with me, he told me this information." Oh? What news? After Xiao Chen heard that, he nodded without batting an eyelid. It sounded like breaking the current formation was a last-minute decision. This friend of mine is called Wang Kaichao. He has been doing well in the Hakanamada Desert. He is an old adventurer here. Of course, he rarely takes risks now. After he has a family, he mainly makes a living by inquiring about and selling information, as well as helping people solve problems. He basically doesn't come to the desert anymore. This time I came early, so I went to Brother Wang's place to sit for a while. That's when I heard this news. In the treasury behind this formation, there is an extraterrestrial ink meteorite. I wonder if young hero Xiao knows about this thing? What? Extraterrestrial ink meteorite? Xiao Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect Tagan Shanxiong's real goal to be this extraterrestrial ink meteorite. It seemed that the news that Xia Zhili had received was not fake. Now, others had also received this news. Yes, young hero Zhao's reaction means that you must know about this thing. If it was an ordinary treasure, we might have given up, but this thing is too precious. Tagan Shanxiong said, I also told this news to my companions at the last minute. They are also very supportive of finding a devil cultivator to form a team and break the formation. So that's how it is. No wonder with such a precious treasure, anyone would change their mind at the last minute. Xiaoqin suddenly understood and then said, in that case there is no problem. I am also very interested in this treasure, but if we find it, will I have a share? Of course. Hearing Xiaoqian's question, Tagan Shanxiong quickly nodded and said, everyone who sees it has a share. In addition to the spirit stones that we promised you, we can divide this extraterrestrial ink meteorite equally. However, if there are other things, we will have to subtract the value of the spirit stones and then divide it with you. Alright. This distribution was very fair, so Xiaoqin naturally did not disagree. If he were to look for it himself, he might not even be able to find the extraterrestrial ink meteorite. He would get lost the moment he entered. Alright, now I will start breaking the formation. Tagan Shanxiong said. Alright, what should I do? Xiaoqin asked. There is an eye of the formation here. When we attack the formation will release a backlash force. At this time, young hero Xiao only needs to sit cross-legged on the eye of the formation and use all your strength to resist the backlash attack of the formation, Tagan Shanxiong explained. That's good. Sit on the eye of the formation? Xiaoqin felt that it was a little strange, but he still nodded. He knew nothing about what these people wanted to do. For the sake of the extraterrestrial ink meteorite, he could only take a risk. In any case, it did not matter if he did not understand the formation. There was still the Elder Heaven Ancestor who did. If there were any problems, the Elder Heaven Ancestor would also remind him, so that he would not be at a loss. Baldi, you stand here. Shueqian, you stand here. Tagan Shanxiong made arrangements and gestured for his 4 teammates to stand in suitable positions. Finally he said to Xiaoqin, young hero Xiao, you stand here. That is the eye of the formation. Xiaoqin nodded and walked over. However, when he passed by Shueqian, he heard her whisper, be careful. Xiaoqin found it a little strange. Why did Shueqian remind him to be careful? What did she mean? Along the way he could tell that Shueqian was a very cold woman. She almost never spoke, nor did she say anything. She just walked with everyone. Now that she had suddenly reminded him to be careful, Xiaoqin found it indescribably strange. If he had been a teammate that she had known in the past, there would have been no harm in reminding him. However, Xiaoqin did not know her, yet she had said such a thing. Furthermore, even if they were teammates, Shueqian still behaved very coldly and did not speak much along the way. However, although Xiaoqin was puzzled, he still walked to the eye of the formation without batting an eyelid. He was secretly vigilant. Wait a moment. When I say start, everyone will go all out and use your strongest skills to attack in front of you. Don't hold back. Go all out. Do you understand? Tagan Shanxiong said loudly. Understood. Everyone nodded. Alright, get ready, start. After saying that, Tagan Shanxiong took the lead. A series of banging sounds could be heard. Everyone took out their ultimate skills and attacked the formation in front of them. Although they seemed to be hitting the air, there was actually an invisible barrier in front of them. This was the formation. Xiaoqin had experience in this aspect. Back in the mountains behind the Immortal Resort, he, Clayden, and the others had used a similar method to break the formation of an ancient ruin. However, just as Xiaoqin wanted to ask the Elder Heaven Ancestor if there was any other way to break the formation, he felt a powerful force similar to an electric current surging toward him. Xiaoqin's body quivered and he subconsciously began to circulate the mantra to defend himself. However, as everyone attacked, the force seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. It continuously attacked Xiaoqin, causing him to be overwhelmed. At this moment, Xiaoqin was sweating profusely. He subconsciously wanted to leave the eye of the formation because the force was too strong. Xiaoqin knew that if he did not leave, it was very likely that he would suffer internal injuries. As for killing him, that was also a possibility. However, the next moment, Xiaoqin knew that leaving the eye of the formation was an extravagant hope. Because under the restraint of this force, Xiaoqin's body seemed to have been electrocuted. He could not even move. There was indeed a problem. Xiaoqin was secretly shocked. This Tagan Shanxiong did not have any good intentions. He seemed to be very frank and straightforward, but anyone who resisted the backlash of the eye of the formation would be courting death. And Xiaoqin finally understood what Shueqian meant by be careful. He really had to be careful. However, why did Shueqian remind him? Elder Heaven Ancestor, what should I do? I think I'm going to die. Xiaoqin turned pale with fright. Why do I have such a dumb disciple like you? Elder Heaven Ancestor was a little speechless. What's the point of your Heaven's stolen fortune battle art? You can't resist it, but you can still heal yourself. With the intensity of the attack, it's enough for you to endure it and continuously heal yourself. That works? Xiao Qin was stunned. If I can't die? Elder Heaven Ancestor snorted. Xiao Qin came to a realization. No wonder Elder Sky did not warn him earlier. It turned out that Elder Sky had the confidence to break it. Xiao Qin hurriedly circulated his mental cultivation method and gave up on resisting. Instead, he focused on treating his injuries. Anyway, he wouldn't die from his injuries for a while. He could endure it here and there so he could be busy. Thus, Xiao Qin continued to suffer the backlash, get injured, heal, suffer the backlash again, get injured again, heal again, and so on. Xiao Qin struggled with great difficulty as he suffered the backlash and injuries again and again. At the beginning, Xiao Qin was a little overwhelmed, but very quickly Xiao Qin liked this feeling. This was because Xiao Qin discovered that his strength was growing bit by bit as he continuously healed himself. Although it was very slow, he could still sense it. The foundation establishment stage was different from the Qi refinement stage. Every little bit of improvement was very difficult. Back in the Tao Enlightenment Sand Valley, the pure heaven and earth spiritual Qi only allowed him to improve a little. Even now, he still hadn't reached the peak of the first level of the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 641. He hadn't expected that the power from the backlash could help Xiao Qin break through. Now Xiao Qin hoped that these people would attack slower so that the array formation wouldn't be broken so easily. Time passed slowly as Xiao Qin continued to repair and improve. On the other side, Tagan Shanxiong realized that Xiao Qin seemed to be fine. He was secretly surprised. This Xiao Qin looked like a martial master level 1 demonic cultivator previously. Why was it that the abilities he displayed now were completely different? Although he couldn't sense Xiao Qin's specific strength because Xiao Qin hadn't made a move yet, whether it was the aura Xiao Qin was displaying or the time he had spent resisting the backlash, it proved that this guy was definitely a third-level martial master demonic cultivator. This discovery made Tagan Shanxiong's heart tremble. He was only a 5th-level martial master. He had thought that Xiao Qin wouldn't be able to survive this round of backlash. Once the array formation was opened, there would be nothing left for Xiao Qin. But now, it seemed that this guy was still very tenacious. This was because Tagan Shanxiong knew that there wouldn't be many extraterrestrial ink meteorites in the ruins. He was afraid that there would only be 2 or 3 pieces. They didn't even have enough for their own people, so why should they share it with Xiao Qin? Previously, he had tricked Xiao Qin into coming here. In this world, the easiest lies to deceive people were half-truths and half-lies. That was how he had done it. He had weaved a very convincing lie, but he had underestimated Xiao Qin's strength. However, at this moment he couldn't care less about Xiao Qin. He could only continue to attack the array gloomily. Perhaps he would find another opportunity later. If it really didn't work, he would hint to his teammates to join forces and kill Xiao Qin. In any case, he couldn't let him get the extraterrestrial ink meteorites. It would be fine if there were too many of them, but if there were too few, there definitely wouldn't be enough to share. He was absolutely unwilling to watch Xiao Qin take it away. Xiao Qin, on the other hand, didn't care. He kept healing and improving. He already couldn't remember how much time had passed. Under the powerful force, there was almost no place on his body that wasn't injured. Often, when one place was healed, another place would be seriously injured. He could only continue to be a firefighter and heal himself. However, he didn't find it troublesome at all. Every time he recovered, his strength would increase. Suddenly, he felt a hissing sound coming from within his body, and a moment later, this sound caused all the meridians in his body to tremble slightly. Yuan Qi began to circulate wildly in his body, and like a tidal wave, it gathered in his dantian. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. This wasn't the first time he had such a feeling. He knew that he was about to break through again. Sure enough, the next moment after Xiao Qin healed the injuries on his body, his whole body shook and he also broke through. He became a cultivator at the peak of the first level of the foundation establishment stage, and he broke through without using any cultivation resources. This was a very rare situation. From the looks of it, the power of the backlash definitely contained something similar to spiritual energy. However, it was offensive in nature. Under the mental cultivation method's mnemonic chant, as his injuries healed, it fused with the primordial qi in his body, allowing him to break through. Xiao Qin's breakthrough did not attract too much attention. This was because he was a cultivator. His breakthrough was different from that of a martial cultivator or a demonic cultivator. Moreover, he was circulating the energy of the backlash so no one noticed anything at all. Tagan, Shanxiong, and the others were constantly attacking the array, and they were also paying attention to Xiao Chen's matter. Finally, with everyone's attacks, the array let out a loud bang, and on Xiao Chen's side, he also welcomed the most powerful attack since the beginning. It was too awesome. Xiao Chen felt that with this attack, he had suddenly consolidated his strength at the peak of the first level of the foundation establishment stage. This made his whole body tremble and he felt a little regretful. How could he break the array so quickly? If he continued to break it endlessly, would he eventually be pushed to the peak of the foundation establishment stage? Of course, it was just a thought and it shouldn't be possible. Xiao Chen pretended that he didn't know anything, stood up, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "This backlash is 2F** king strong, I almost died, especially the last attack. Fortunately, everyone was strong, or else I really wouldn't have been able to hold on. Haha, this is enough to prove that young hero Zhao's strength is superb, congratulations." Although Tagan and Shanxiong looked very happy, they were very regretful in their hearts. If they had known, they would have broken it a little longer. This guy actually seemed to be fine, what should they do? Yeah, I thought I couldn't hold on any longer. Captain Tagan, are you kidding me? Why do I feel that the backlash is so strong? Xiao Chen nodded and said, "How can that be? I haven't experienced any backlash, but it is true that the backlash is very strong, but aren't you also fine?" Tagan Shanxiong said. "That's true, then let's quickly go in," Xiao Chen said. Tagan Shanxiong seemed a little impatient, but in his heart he was thinking about how to get rid of Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, you stay at the entrance." After Tagan Shanxiong finished speaking, he took the lead and stepped into the array. Xiao Chen followed closely behind and the other three teammates also followed. They didn't expect that after stepping into the array, they would suddenly see a completely different world in front of them. The dense forest before had turned into a dark corridor. After entering the array, they needed one person to stay outside. If there was a problem, they wouldn't be completely annihilated. Moreover, if someone came from outside, they could also notify them. This is the Paoli clan's secret treasure house. Originally, the Paoli clan probably left in a hurry and didn't take some of the treasures here with them. That's why it's our turn. Tagan Shanxiong explained to everyone as they walked, "But we can't let our guard down now that we're in. This place could be filled with danger at any time." As soon as he finished speaking, he stopped in his tracks. "What's wrong, Captain Tagan?" Xiao Chen was also secretly on guard and asked in a calm and puzzled manner. "I feel that there is some danger ahead." Tagan Shanxiong said, then took out something that looked like a small ball from his backpack and threw it forward. Sure enough, when the ball rolled over, a large rock fell from the sky without any warning and smashed into the road ahead. Everyone was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. If not for Tagan Shanxiong's warning, it was likely that at least two people would have been hit, and that would be Tagan Shanxiong and Xiao Chen, who were walking at the front. Xiao Chen was also shocked. "That was close, Captain Tagan. How did you find out?" Speaking from experience. Tagan Shanxiong waved his hand and said with a solemn expression, "Look at the color of the ground in front. It's a little different. I'm afraid that not only can this rock fall, it can also rise." After saying that, Tagan Shanxiong walked forward. After taking 2 steps, the rock rose again without any warning and disappeared. "Will it fall again?" Xiao Chen asked. "Probably not." Tagan Shanxiong said, "It should only fall once in a period of time. Everyone just hurry up and pass through." No one dared to be negligent and quickly followed behind Tagan Shanxiong. Along the way they encountered many similar traps, but they were easily dispelled by Tagan Shanxiong. It seemed that he was indeed adept at exploring ruins. Although this person was using Xiao Chen as cannon fodder, Xiao Chen had to admit that if he had not followed Tagan Shanxiong, he would not have been able to enter even if he had broken the array formation. Phew. Tagan Shanxiong led everyone to the end of the corridor and finally arrived in front of a door. He let out a long sigh and said, "Okay, there's nothing else. We have arrived at our destination." Hearing this, everyone including Xiao Chen relaxed. Although it was not difficult along the way and Tagan Shanxiong had led the team to resolve the traps, if Tagan Shanxiong had overlooked something, wouldn't everyone have suffered? Now that they had arrived safely, they were naturally very happy. However, Xue Qian said, "Captain Tagan, why don't you open the door?" This was Xue Qian's third sentence along the way. The first sentence was a self-introduction, the second to remind Xiao Chen to be careful, and this was the third sentence. Xue Qian's sudden words made Xiao Chen's eyelids twitch again. Xue Qian did not seem to want him to die. She had warned him once before, so why did she say it again? This door is the same as before. It can only be opened by a demonic cultivator. Let's all step back and give young hero Xiao a chance to perform. Tagan Shanxiong said. F***ck your chance to perform. Xiao Qin cursed in his heart. It was probably a chance to die, right? Xiao Qin did not believe that there was a need for demonic cultivators here. Normally, Xiao Qin should have been dead when the formation was being broken. How could he have survived until now to open the door? At that time, Tagan Shanxiong obviously wanted to use him as cannon fodder. If he had died at that time, who could Tagan Shanxiong find now? Do you need me again? Xiao Qin still had to rely on Tagan Shanxiong, so it was not good to fall out with him for the time being. Who knew if there would be traps inside after the door was open, so Xiao Qin could only pretend that he did not know and ask. Xue Qian glanced at Xiao Qin but did not speak. Tagan Shanxiong said, "It's very simple. Just use your full strength to break open the door." "Oh, then you guys can dodge. I'm going to use a big move. Just now, I was resisting the formation's backlash, so I don't have much strength now. I have to use a big move in one go," Xiao Qin said. "Okay, everyone step back." Tagan Shanxiong sneered in his heart. "We won't go forward even if you ask us to. Whoever rushes in first will die." Originally, he thought that you would die while breaking the formation. At this time, he planned to sacrifice one of his teammates. However, since Xiao Qin was still alive, it would naturally be Xiao Qin. The teammate he was referring to was Xue Qian. Although Xue Qian had teamed up with them a few times, she was cold and arrogant. She rarely spoke, so her relationship with Tagan Shanxiong and the others was not very good. Usually, in the group, she rarely chatted. Usually, when there was nothing to do, she would just lurk. Most importantly, he saw Xue Qian's voluptuous figure. Although he did not know her appearance, he hinted several times that he wanted her to be his woman. However, Xue Qian did not agree. In his anger, Tagan Shanxiong treated Xue Qian as cannon fodder. Chapter 642. Anyway, there weren't enough extraterrestrial ink meteorites to be distributed. Killing one would reduce the disputes. "And Xiaoma, it's time to perform." Xiao Qin entered the divine sense space and said to Xiaoma, "Okay, master, what do you want me to do?" And Xiaoma was eager to try. "In a while I will pretend to activate a big move. Then you will go out and help me break the door open. Then go in and see if there is any problem." Xiao Qin ordered him. "Oh, no problem." And Xiaoma was a demon. As long as it wasn't some kind of spell, the mechanisms that fell from the big stones were useless to him. They couldn't cause any damage at all. Xiao Qin danced there and finally activated a big move. In fact, there was only momentum and no attack. And Xiaoma took advantage of the momentum and slammed into the door at the end of the corridor. Boom! With a loud noise, and Xiaoma directly smashed the door open and rushed in. Then he heard a series of ka-ka sounds coming from inside the house. A few large stones also fell at the door. Everyone only saw Xiao Qin activate an unknown martial arts skill. Then a black shadow flew out from Xiao Qin's palms. They thought it was demonic energy, but no one knew that it was a demon. Of course, even if they saw it clearly, they wouldn't know what a demon was. It was difficult to understand if one wasn't a cultivator. Xiao Qin sneered in his heart. As expected, there was danger. If he wasn't a cultivator, if he really activated a martial arts skill with the ability of a martial artist, it would be impossible for him to attack from such a long distance. He would probably have to be in front of him. In that case, he would probably be in danger now. However, at this moment, Xiao Qin also pretended that he didn't see the problem. It wasn't good for him to fall out with Tagan Shanxiong. He just kept in Xiaoma and said, "Okay, I've opened the door. What should I do next?" Young hero Xiao is indeed powerful. This martial arts skill is really shocking. It can be activated from such a long distance and the attack power is so high. This is the first time I've heard of it. Tagan Shanxiong's expression was a little unnatural. He didn't expect that Xiao Qin wouldn't be killed. "I'm alright." Xiao Qin chuckled. "I still have some confidence in my own martial skills. Now that I can contribute some strength to our team, I am also very happy. Otherwise, if we get a share of the outer star ink meteorites for nothing, I would be too embarrassed to take it. Originally, I didn't want to take it. I just wanted some spirit stones. After all, I only contributed a little when I broke the formation. Afterwards, I followed Captain Tagan to gain experience points. But now, since this door was opened by me, it seems that my contribution is quite big. When the time comes, I can take it with a clear conscience." F***ck. Tagan Shanxiong cursed in his heart. So this was what this guy was thinking. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have let him break the door. He could have used other methods to open the door. He had wanted to trick him to death, but since he was too embarrassed to use the outer star ink meteor, why would he want to trick him to death? It was really a case of going for wool and coming home shorn. Now Xiaoqin was not tricked to death. Instead, he asked for his reward with a peace of mind. However, on the surface, it was not good for him to say anything. He could only say, "That's what I should do." Now he only hoped that there would be 6 outer star ink meteors. Everyone would get 1 each. That would be the best. If there were less, then he could only join forces with his teammates to kill Xiaoqin. In fact, this was also the move that Tagan Shanxiong was most unwilling to make. Through observation along the way, he found that Xiaoqin was at least a 4th-layer demon master. The big move just now proved this point. Even if the 5 of them worked together to kill him, it would take some effort. They might even get injured. It was a mistake. Tagan Shanxiong took the lead and walked into the room. At the door of the room there were some traces. Obviously, it had been attacked by a mechanism just now. However, it had now disappeared and there was no other danger. The room was not big. There was only a small box in the room. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Tagan Shanxiong took a step forward and opened the box. When he saw what was inside, he revealed a look of pleasant surprise. However, there was also a trace of regret. Inside the box were the outer star ink meteors. Furthermore, there were 3 of them, 1 large and 2 small. This discovery made him somewhat depressed. It looked like there was not enough to go around. Perhaps he could only kill Xiaoqin. How is it, Captain Tagan? Are the things inside the box outer star ink meteors? Xiaoqin asked impatiently. Actually, he was also testing the waters. That's right, it is the outer star ink meteors. Tagan Shanxiong nodded without batting an eyelid. Then he let the other teammates come forward to take a look. Just as everyone was concentrating on looking, Tagan Shanxiong had already retreated to the side. He suddenly shouted, "The number of outer star ink meteors is relatively small. Teammates, pay attention. Let's get rid of Xiaochang first." The reason why he secretly hid and shouted was that he was afraid that Xiaoqin would suddenly attack him. However, now that Xiaoqin attacked his other teammates, it did not matter. These 3 outer star ink meteors were not enough even for the 5 of them. The large one was divided into 2 and the small one was only 4. If Xiaoqin killed one of his teammates for him, that would be perfect. It would also arouse the hatred of the other teammates. They would go all out and cooperate with him to kill Xiaoqin. Although Tagan Shanxiong had given the order, his 4 teammates were also stunned. After all, these people had been adventuring together in the past, but they had never worked together to kill someone. They had listened to Tagan Shanxiong, but they were caught off guard and could not react in time to kill someone. Sure enough, he had revealed his fox tail. Xiaoqin laughed coldly in his heart. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he shouted, "There are only 3 outer star ink meteors. Some of you will definitely not be able to obtain them. Who is willing to fight alongside me and kill the others?" Tagan Shanxiong's expression changed and he shouted, "Don't listen to him. Let's attack together. When the time comes, I can give it to you all." Tagan Shanxiong did not expect Xiaoqin to be so cunning. He actually knew how to make use of the number of outer star ink meteors. Therefore, he immediately responded and gave everyone some benefits. In his opinion, he would kill Xiaoqin first. At worst, he would kill Xueqian. That way he would have more. "I'm with you." Xueqian pulled out a long saber from behind her back and held it in her hand. She stood together with Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin was slightly taken aback. He did not expect it to be Xueqian. He had merely shouted in a probing manner. At that time, even if there was no one to help, he was confident that he would be able to escape with the cooperation of the true Samadhi fire and the great demon and Xiaomo. However, he was afraid that he would miss the opportunity to obtain the outer star ink meteors. "Xueqian UB*TC. Tagan Shanxiong was furious. He did not expect that the first person to rebel would be Xueqian, a woman who did not speak much. There are at most 4 outer star ink meteors. I'm afraid the person who will not be able to get them in the end will be me, right?" Xueqian looked coldly at Tagan Shanxiong and said, "I know that you have long disliked me. You are very good." Tagan Shanxiong was furious, but he still said, "Baldy, Skinny, what about you? Are you with me?" Baldy and Skinny nodded. Since Xueqian had sided with Xiaoqin, a fierce battle was inevitable. However, they were not afraid. Xueqian was the weakest among them. She only had the strength of a first-stage martial master, while they were third-stage martial masters. "Ah, very good. I will deal with Xiaochang. The 2 of you deal with Xueqian. However, don't kill her. Cripple her. I want to let this woman have a good time." In a while the three of us will take turns. Tagan Shanxiong's mouth flashed with a lewd smile. This kid Xiao Chang's martial arts are long-range attacks. He is definitely not good at close combat. You don't have to be afraid of him. I will deal with him. No problem. Baldy's eyes flashed with a lewd look. It was obvious that he had coveted Xue Qian for a long time. Now that there was a chance, how could he let it go? He immediately took the lead and grabbed at Xue Qian's chest with a lewd look. Xiao Qian frowned. This person was really shameless. However, Xiao Qian was still very grateful that Xue Qian had stood up for him. Naturally, he would not let her suffer a loss. He threw a fireball at Baldy's face. Phew! Baldy was instantly set on fire. He immediately became a flaming man as he cried out in pain. This time Xiao Qian did not hold back. His strength had increased, so the strength of the true Samadhi fire had naturally increased. Before going to Dao Comprehension Sand Valley, Xiao Qian definitely did not have the confidence to burn Baldy to death. But now Baldy only struggled and howled a few times before he stopped breathing. He fell to the ground and turned into a charred mass. Gradually, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and grayish-white ashes. What? Tagan Shanxiong was stunned. He did not expect Xiao Qian to be so powerful. He had directly attacked with a punch. He was afraid that if Xiao Qian attacked again and killed Skinny Man, he would be finished. He had to get rid of Xiao Qian as soon as possible. Xiao Qian had just activated the true Samadhi fire, so he did not have enough Yuan Qi in his body. He could only use the dark flame palm to deal with it. The dark flame palm struck out. However, although Xiao Qian was at the foundation establishment stage, he was only at the peak of the first stage of the foundation establishment stage. He was not on the same level as Tagan Shanxiong, who was at the fourth stage of the martial master stage. It might not be a problem for Xiao Qian to fight a third stage martial master. However, it was impossible for him to fight a fourth stage martial master. The two of them exchanged blows and retreated a few steps at the same time. However, Xiao Qian was clearly in a more sorry state. He vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood. As for Tagan Shanxiong, other than taking a few steps back to dissipate the force of Xiao Qian's palm, he was not injured. Ah! At the same time, Xue Qian's exclamation came from the other side. Xiao Qian was slightly stunned. This exclamation was very familiar. He felt as though he had heard it somewhere. However, when he turned his head, he saw Xue Qian being kicked away by Skinny Man. Xue Qian was only at the first stage of the martial master stage while Skinny Man was at the third stage. The difference between the two was too great. Xue Qian retreated repeatedly and was not Skinny Man's match. Xiao Qian was somewhat anxious. The Tagan Shanxiong in front of him was somewhat troublesome. As he healed himself, he ordered in Little Demon, "Go help Xue Qian kill Skinny Man." Chapter 643. He was not afraid of exposing his trump card. Anyway, this Xue Qian should be on his side. The two of them could fight together, so Xiao Qian was not afraid that she would know something. All right. And Xiaomo rushed out with a whoosh, and went straight to the thin man. What the hell? What the hell? The thin man suddenly saw a black shadow rushing towards him. It was floating in the air and it was still in human form. He was suddenly shocked. Oh my god, there's a ghost here. Captain Tagan, is this the ghost of the Bubbly clan? And Xiaoma's current strength was only at the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage. Even if he was a ghost talisman demon, he could only be on par with a master at the first level of the martial master. However, the key was that his current form was so scary that the thin man almost peed his pants. You broke into the forbidden area of the Bubbly clan. Ah. And Xiaoma smiled strangely and continued to chase the thin man. Oh my god, Captain Tagan, run, there's a ghost. The thin man was a little overwhelmed and retreated. Xue Qian also seized the opportunity and slashed at the thin man with her long saber. Although she could not kill the thin man with the help of Xiaoma, she turned the tables and gained the upper hand. Don't be afraid. You're not afraid of humans, so why would you be afraid of ghosts? Tagan Shanxiong was bold. He sneered and said, "You can kill him too." After that, he continued to punch at Xiao Qian and shouted, "Dazzling Star Fist." Xiao Qian did not exchange blows with him this time. Instead, he retreated and began to defend. Xiao Qian had suffered a great loss in the previous exchange, so he simply changed his mind. He only defended and recovered his physical strength. He was ready to activate the fireball skill again. As long as he could endure until his physical strength and vitality were replenished, he could kill Tagan Shanxiong in front of him. In order to kill the bald man with one move, Xiao Qian used all his strength. At this time his vitality was weak. Haha. Seeing Xiao Chen retreating, Tagan Shanxiong was overjoyed. He thought that he had figured out Xiao Chen's method. As long as he fought with Xiao Chen in close combat, Xiao Chen would not be able to activate that super powerful move. In his opinion, Xiao Chen's move could only be activated from a distance. It had no effect at close combat. In his opinion, Xiao Chen's move could only be activated from a distance. It had no effect at close combat. On the other side, although an little demon had joined in, the skinny man regained his confidence because of Tagan Shanxiong's encouragement. He could also see that this ghost only had the strength of a first-stage martial master. Why should he be afraid? He was an expert of the third-stage martial master after all. Therefore, although he couldn't say that he would win directly, he was much more confident than before. On the other hand, Little Demon and Xue Qian didn't have it easy either. At most, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage if they worked together, but it would be difficult for them to defeat the thin man. Although Xue Qian was puzzled as to where the ghost had come from and why it was helping her fight the thin man, she did not ask any questions. She did not have the time to ask. Haha kid, aren't you awesome? Do you want to kill me? Very well, I'll kill you first. Tagan Shanxiong sneered, if you know what's good for you and don't want the things, I can let you live. I didn't expect you to be so greedy. When Xiao Chen heard Tagan Shanxiong's words, he was filled with disdain. This person must be crazy. He asked for his help, but he didn't give him any benefits. All the good things were taken away by him. What was he thinking? Xue Qian, if you surrender now and agree to be my lover, let's deal with Xiao Chang and the ghost together. How about it? Tagan Shanxiong could tell that the thin man was unable to deal with Xue Qian and the ghost alone. Therefore he tried to tempt him. As he spoke, his hands did not stay idle as he continued to attack Xiao Chen. Don't even think about it. Xue Qian snorted coldly, don't think I'm stupid. You don't know what's good for you? When I get rid of this brat, it'll be your turn. Tagan Shanxiong's voice became stern as he started to attack fiercely. He quickly attacked Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not respond and only retreated. Brat, let's see how long you're going to retreat. You've already circled around this house a few times, haven't you? Tagan Shanxiong said sarcastically. Oh, I'm preparing a big move to kill you. Xiao Chen said. Ah, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Why don't you fight? How about I let you fight? Tagan Shanxiong did not care at all as he continued to attack Xiao Chen. However, I'm going to kill you first. Alright, as you wish. Xiao Chen threw out a Samadhi True Fire fireball, which smashed onto Tagan Shanxiong's body. Tagan Shanxiong's expression changed and he knew that it was not good. However, because he was too close to Xiao Chen, it was already too late when he realized it. He did not even have the chance to dodge and was directly hit. Ouch! Tagan Shanxiong wailed as his entire body began to burn. He fell to the ground in pain and rolled around. Xiao Chen did not care about him. This person was a fourth-stage martial master, but there was no problem. At most he would die a little later. After being hit by the Samadhi True Fire, even a fourth-stage martial master would not be able to. Thus, Xiao Chen turned to reinforce Xue Qian and Xiaoma. At this time, the skinny man also realized that something was wrong. He looked at Tagan Shanxiong, who was screaming on the ground but showed no signs of extinguishing the fire. He knew that the situation was hopeless and that he would only be courting death if he continued to struggle. No more fighting, I surrender. The skinny man shouted. Too late. Xiao Chen naturally could not reveal his trump card to such a traitor. Xue Qian and he had a common interest. Who would believe that this skinny man would betray them at the last minute? Xiao Chen sent a dark flame palm over. At this time, Xiaoma and Xue Qian also attacked. Boom! The skinny man was sent flying by Xiao Chen. In the air he was stopped by Xiaoma and knocked to the ground. Before he could get up, the Qin Shui saber fell and the skinny man's head fell to the ground. And Xiaoma returned to Xiao Chen's divine sense space without batting an eyelid. Xiao Chen praised this demon for being sensible. Outside, Xiao Chen could not communicate with him through telepathy. He could only communicate through telepathy. Xiao Chen's level was still low. Even his ghost talisman demon could not transmit telepathy through the air. If he asked Xiaoma to come back, then Xue Qian would definitely find out that this ghost was caused by him. Although Xiao Chen felt that Xue Qian would not spread it around because her personality was very cold, it was better to be careful. Now that Xiaoma had returned by himself, Xiao Chen could completely deny that he had anything to do with Xiaoma. Phew! Xue Qian squatted on the ground. She was panting heavily. Obviously, she was very tired from dealing with this fierce battle. It's okay. Xiao Chen looked at Xue Qian and said, Thank you for standing on my side just now. No need. He was going to kill me sooner or later. I was alone, but I didn't have a chance to resist. I wanted to find some good things together, so I compromised. Xue Qian shook her head. If it were not for Xiao Qin, she would definitely be the one who would not get the extraterrestrial ink meteorite today. Even if she could not get it, she would just accept it and not complain. This was because she knew that Tagan Shanxiong had thoughts about her. She did not comply and attracted his killing intent. Therefore, if she wanted to follow them to get some good things, she could only do it when there was enough. If there was not enough, she would take the initiative to give up. So that's how it is. Xiao Qin nodded. Can you walk out of here? They are all dead. Let's go back? Yes. Xue Qian nodded. That's good. Let's split this extraterrestrial ink meteorite equally. You get a big one and I get 2 small ones. Xiao Qin did not know whether this thing was useful to him or not. He was a cultivator and Xia Jili was a martial cultivator. This thing was useful to martial cultivators and demonic cultivators, but it might not be useful to cultivators. Therefore Xiao Qin kept a small one as a backup. No, just now you were fighting the enemy. I was just supporting you. I just want a small one. Xue Qian shook her head. She decisively took out a small extraterrestrial ink meteorite from the box and put it in her arms. Okay. Xiao Qin did not expect Xue Qian to be so obedient. He also put away the remaining 2 extraterrestrial ink meteorites. This thing is useful to you. In the cultivation world we call it star ink meteorite. It is a good thing to help a foundation establishment cultivator break through to the golden core stage. Elder Heaven Ancestor's voice sounded in Xiao Qian's mind. This can help you reach the perfect golden core stage. It has the same effect as the so-called perfect breakthrough to the martial general stage. It really is useful? Xiao Qin was stunned. He thought to himself, is he not going to give it to Xia Jili and keep it for himself? It's useless for you to have so many. One is enough. Elder Heaven Ancestor seemed to know what Xiao Qin was thinking and said, if that's the case, then I'll give one to Xia Jili. This old thing has been taking good care of me. Xiao Qin thought. Let's rest for a while. I'll take you out later. Xue Qian had overdrawn a lot of her physical strength. She was a little weak now. Therefore, she sat cross-legged in a corner of the room and began to silently recover her strength. However, martial cultivators were different from cultivators. Martial cultivators recovered their physical strength very slowly. At most, they could recover to the point where they could move. It was impossible for them to recover to their previous peak state. Xiao Qin nodded and casually searched the skinny man's corpse. The Baldi and Tagan mountain dragon had been burned by him. Even if they had anything good on them, they were gone. Only the skinny man was left. After searching, Xiao Qin secretly cursed the poor man. Other than a car key, there was nothing else. Xiao Qin casually put the car key in his pocket. Then he turned his head and picked up Xue Qian's long knife from the ground. He used the skinny man's clothes to wipe it clean. Bored, he played with it in his hand. Suddenly he was slightly stunned. You are the female ninja Ling Qianxue? Xue Qian, who was recovering her physical strength, trembled slightly. She opened her eyes and looked at Xiao Qin. What female ninja Ling Qianxue? What are you talking about? Nothing. By now, Xiao Qin could basically confirm that this person should be the Ling Qianxue ninja that he met in Lan City. Although he had not seen her appearance, he could judge from her figure and temperament that this person should be Ling Qianxue. However, he did not know why she did not admit it. Could it be because they were once enemies, but now that they had joined forces, it was difficult for her to face them? Oh. Xue Qian did not explain further. She closed her eyes and recovered her physical strength. Chapter 644. After about an hour, Xue Qian had almost recovered. She stood up and said, "Okay, we can go now." Since Xue Qian refused to admit it, Xiao Qin did not probe further. The two of them walked out of the room, one in front of the other, and returned to the corridor from before. After taking 2 steps, Xue Qian suddenly asked, "By the way, was that ghost one of your men?" "Why, are you afraid?" Xiao Qin asked. "How is that possible?" Xue Qian snorted. She was busy recovering her strength and did not pay attention to it. But now that she thought about it, it was indeed a little creepy. Where did that ghost come from? "Tell me if you are Ling Qianxue, and I will tell you where that ghost came from," Xiao Qin said. "Then forget it." Xue Qian did not ask any more. Xiao Qin was slightly stunned. This female ninja was quite cute. Her words had completely exposed her identity. If she had chosen to answer, she could have denied it. But saying, "Forget it," was equivalent to admitting her identity. She was really inexperienced. There's someone here. After a few steps, Xiaoqin suddenly said and stopped Xue Qian. Wait. There's someone here? Where? Xue Qian was stunned. She was already afraid of that ghost, and now Xiaoqin suddenly said that there was someone here. But where was the person? Why did she not see him? Don't scare me. However, after Xue Qian said that, she seemed to vaguely hear footsteps coming from far away. But since she could hear it in this corridor, it should be someone walking in this direction. Could it be the small success guard outside? Xiaoqin said. It shouldn't be. He always guards outside. He is a trusted follower of Tagan Shanxiong, so every time there is something good, Tagan Shanxiong will leave him a portion. And most importantly, oh no, I'm afraid that Tagan Shanxiong sent him a distress signal just now. Did he dare to come after receiving it? Xue Qian said. Oh. To be honest, Xiaoqin did not think much of this initial martial master. To him, this person was only a third-level martial master and was no match for him. However, he still dared to come here even though Tagan Shanxiong was in danger. He really had guts. Sure enough, the two of them didn't have to wait for long before they saw Xiaoqin running over. However, when he saw Xiaoqin and Xue Qian, he was stunned and stopped in his tracks. You guys are all right? Where's Captain Tagan? He's inside dead, Xiaoqin said calmly. Dead? Xiaoqin was stunned and looked at Xiaoqin in surprise. How did he die? You wanted to kill me but I killed you instead. Xiaoqin said, if you want to avenge him you can do it. If you don't want it you can go in and collect his corpse. You killed him? Xiaoqin was in disbelief. What about the others? Only Xue Qian spoke up for me. The others helped him kill me so I killed them too. Although Xiaoqin said so, he felt a little strange when he saw Xiaoqin's attitude. Didn't they say that Xiaoqin had a good relationship with Tagan Shanxiong? However, Xiaoqin didn't see it. At least from his current expression, he didn't seem sad. Instead, he seemed to be gloating. Xue Qian, is this true? Xiaoqin looked at Xue Qian. Yes. Xue Qian didn't say much and only said one word. That's great. Xiaoqin suddenly became a little excited. He suddenly bowed deeply to Xiaoqin and said, Thank you, young hero Xiao, for helping me take revenge. Revenge? What do you mean? Xiaoqin looked at Xiaoqin strangely. Actually, I have an irreconcilable feud with Tagan Shanxiong. I've always wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough and I don't have the ability to do so. Xiaoqin sighed and said, Now that young hero Xiao has helped me fulfill my wish, I can't thank you enough. Xiaoqin frowned slightly. Even if this person was afraid that he would kill him, there was no need to say that. Or, was what he said true? Thinking of this, Xiaoqin said, Are you making up a story? Don't worry, I won't kill you even if you don't join forces with him. If you want to go in and collect the corpse, I won't stop you. You are Tagan Shanxiong's confidant. Xue Qian has already told me that. No. Xiaoqin waved his hands. I'm not. Alright, Xue Qian, I'm talking about someone. You must know her. Do you know Yalan? Yalan? Xue Qian was slightly stunned when she heard the name. How do you know her? This is a former teammate of our team. However, there was an accident and he was injured and left. Accident? Bullsh *T, that's what Tagan Shanxiong said, right? Xiaoqin's expression became somewhat sinister. It was Yalan who discovered a spirit jade mine. That was spirit jade. She wanted to share this news with her teammates, but she did not expect that after Tagan Shanxiong found out, he wanted to keep it for himself. Hence, he created an accident to silence her. Fortunately, she was lucky and survived. However, she lost all her strength and became no different from an ordinary person. She could only pass her days in bed. What? Xue Qian was shocked when she heard this. However, when she thought of Tagan Shanxiong's actions today, what Xiaoqin said was not impossible. With Tagan Shanxiong's personality, it was very possible. My real name is Song Xian, not Xiaoqin. I snuck in and fawned over Tagan Shanxiong so that after gaining his trust, I could find a chance to kill him and avenge my girlfriend. Xiaoqin was very emotional. I didn't expect the heavens to open their eyes. Haha, young hero Xiao, if my guess is correct, there must be treasures in there. However, there were not enough treasures, so Tagan Shanxiong wanted to kill you, right? In the end, he didn't expect that he would be killed instead. This is so cool. Xiaoqin looked at the somewhat crazy Song Xian and didn't know what to say. However, if what Song Xian said was true, then it was understandable. The enemy's strength was higher than his own. He was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't take revenge. This kind of feeling was really not good. Oh, if you don't believe me, here's a photo of me and Yalan. Shui Qian knows her. As he said this, Song Xian reached into his pocket and took out a small clip. He took out a photo from it and handed it to Xiao Qian. It was a photo of a man and a woman. Shui Qian took a look and nodded. Xiao Qian understood what she meant. This photo must be of Yalan. In that case, this man whose real name was Song Xian was probably telling the truth. Okay, I believe you. What about you? Xiao Qian asked. My goal is actually revenge. These years, I have been hanging out with Tag and Shanxiong and have gotten a lot of good things. Young hero Xiao, I can give them all to you. Song Xian said. Forget it, there's no need. Xiao Qian waved his hand. He was not interested in good things. He was only interested in one thing. Where is the spirit jade mine you mentioned? Has it been mined? Yalan found it, but after Yalan was injured, her memory became incomplete. She suffered a serious head injury, so she doesn't remember where the spirit jade mine is. The doctor said that this may be selective amnesia. Because she was injured because of something, she has become resistant to it. Song Xian said. Is that so? Xiao Qian was a little disappointed. He was thinking that if he found the spirit jade mine, he would be able to quickly cultivate again. He was a cultivator, and his cultivation was different from those martial cultivators and devil cultivators. He needed a lot of heaven and earth spiritual qi. Currently, there was no heaven and earth spiritual qi in the secular world, so what he needed were spirit stones and spirit jades, especially spirit jades. If he could find a spirit jade mine, it would be really amazing. But now, it seemed that Tagan Shanxiong was dead, and Yalan was injured and couldn't remember. Xiao Qian could only give up for the time being. Young hero Xiao, are you interested in the spirit jade mine? Then when I go back, I will find a way to ask for you. Song Xian asked. Although he thought that the spirit jade mine was good, it was only valuable. He could exchange it for a lot of points in the warrior guild. But since Yalan didn't want to think about it, he didn't ask. After all, he had been following Tagan Shanxiong all these years and had gotten a lot of cultivation resources. But since his benefactor Xiao Qian needed it, he had to ask no matter what. Thank you. Xiao Qian nodded. Then how do I contact you after I find it? Song Xian asked. If Xue Qin can find me, you should be able to contact her, right? Xiao Qian asked. Of course, if I have any news, I will inform Xue Qin. Song Xian said, Benefactor, then I won't say much. I will go in now and whip Tagan Shanxiong's corpse. That won't be possible, he has already been burnt to ashes. Xiao Qian shrugged and said, My martial skill is too strong, I didn't leave his corpse intact. That's even better. Song Xian was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed and said, This saves me the trouble of burning his bones to ashes. I will go in and take his ashes back to make Yalan happy. Well, then we won't wait for you, we will go first. Xiao Qian said. Okay, goodbye benefactor. Song Xian quickly said. Xiao Qian and Xue Qin left first, while Song Xian happily ran into the depths of the long corridor. After he left, Xiao Qian asked, How much of what he said is true? I don't know, but what Yalan said is true. At first, we were very curious why Tagan Shanxiong told us that she was injured and quit, and then there was no more news about her. It turns out that there was such an inside story. Xue Qin shook her head and sighed, If you didn't kill him, I would have been in danger sooner or later. Since you know that I saved you, don't go against me next time. Xiao Qian said, That Yakushi Kufu is a bastard, don't listen to him. No, Master Yakushi is not, Xue Qin subconsciously refuted, but then realized that she said something wrong. She angrily looked at Xiao Qian and said, You tricked me. Chapter 645. I didn't. You said it yourself. Xiao Qian said. Humph. Xue Qian snorted coldly, It was you who went against Master Knight Island. As a ninja under Master Knight Island, I must protect the interests of the Sakura group. If you go against us again, I will still kill you. You are biting the hand that feeds you. Xiao Qian curled his lips. Do you believe that I will let the ghost come out and scare you? I don't believe it. Xue Qian said. Xiao Qian gave an order to Xiaoma, and Xiaoma suddenly appeared in front of Xue Qian. Ah! Xue Qian was shocked by the sudden appearance of the ghost talisman demon. She screamed and then turned to glare at Xiao Qian. Are you a man? You will know if I am or not if you try. Xiao Qian waved his hand and took back Xiaoma. He said disdainfully, There is something wrong with your skull. You have been brainwashed by the Sakura group. You are the one who has a problem. Xue Qian snorted. Don't move. Someone is coming. Xiao Chen suddenly said. Xue Qian was stunned. Are you trying to scare me again? No, someone is coming. Xiao Chen said in a deep voice. Could it be Xiaoqing? Song Xian is back? Xue Qian stopped. No. Xiao Chen shook his head, and there is more than one person. What? There are others? Xue Qian was shocked after hearing this. Who else will come? How would I know? Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, let's wait and see. Not long after that, two figures appeared before Xiao Chen. They looked somewhat familiar. It was likely that he had seen them somewhere before. Speaking of which, it should be the Dao Comprehension Sand Valley. These two must be the cultivators who escaped together with him. These two people did not have the divine sense that Xiao Chen had. When they saw Xiao Chen coming out, they were also stunned. Originally, they had also come to explore the ruins of the Bubbly clan's cultivation city. Similarly, they were tricked into going to the Dao Enlightenment Sand Valley and stayed there for more than a year. Now that they had come out, they once again came to the ruins of the Bubbly clan's cultivation city. They were not formation masters, nor were they good at breaking formations. After looking around, they finally found a formation that had been broken. It seemed that it was not completely closed, so they hurried in. They did not expect there to be people inside and they were going out. Chen, my friend, are you two here for an adventure? According to the rules of the adventurers, you can see that they are not good. You can't find it. When the two of them saw that Xiao Chen and Xue Qian were a man and a woman, they guessed that they were not very strong. If they could get a share of the loot without expending much effort, that would be pretty good. Furthermore, as they spoke, they also revealed their martial master strengths. One was a second-layer martial master, the other was a third-layer martial master. Don't say that I didn't get anything here. Even if I did, I won't share it with you. Xiao Chen said indifferently, get out of the way. What? Friend, are you not going to follow the rules? The third-level martial master sneered and blocked Xiao Chen's path. Rules? Alright, my rule is that whoever's fist is harder will have the final say. Xiao Chen did not want to get entangled, but this person did not stop. Xiao Chen did not put two second or third-level martial masters in his eyes. Your tone is not small. The third-level martial master winked at the second-level martial master and said, since you don't want to share, don't blame us for being impolite. Impolite? Whatever. Xiao Chen said directly, you two should have come out from the Enlightenment Sand Valley, right? You should have seen how strong my martial skill is. Moreover, you don't know how to be grateful and dare to rob me? The third-level martial master was stunned. He carefully looked at Xiao Chen. It was dark here, so he did not see clearly. Now that he looked carefully, it was actually the demonic cultivator from the Enlightenment Sand Valley who could use a big move and bring everyone away. The second-level martial master also recognized Xiao Chen. His expression changed and said, my apologies, so it's this young hero. We were impolite. Yes, then please pass. We will go take a look inside. The third-level martial master and the second-level martial master had explored together for many years, so they had a tacit understanding. Xiao Chen nodded and walked forward with Xue Qian. However, after a few steps, he suddenly turned around and threw a fireball at the third-level martial master's body. The third-level martial master's hand was only a few inches away from Xiao Chen's back. Trying to sneak attack me? Xiao Chen looked at the third-level martial master who was already on fire and said mockingly, is that all you have? I'm sorry, I just killed a fourth-level martial master and two third-level martial masters. You are so weak, yet you dare to rob me. When the second-level martial master saw the situation, he didn't even think and knelt on the ground with a putong sound. With a sullen face he begged, great hero, I'm sorry. I didn't want to sneak attack you. It was him, is that so? Xiao Chen looked at the second-level martial master with a smile that wasn't a smile. Of course it was. The second-level martial master quickly nodded his head. Oh, then you can also die. As Xiao Chen said this, he directly used a dark flame palm and sent the second-level martial master flying. This move might not be very useful against a third-level martial master, but it was more than enough to deal with a second-level martial master. Boom! The second-level martial master was caught off guard and was sent flying by Xiao Chen. He landed on the ground not far away and died with his eyes wide open. Xiao Chen wouldn't show mercy to this kind of person who repaid kindness with enmity. He didn't even look at him and said to Xue Qian, let's go. People who repay kindness with enmity usually don't have a good ending. Xue Qian coldly snorted. She knew that Xiao Chen was indirectly scolding the locust tree. This time there was no one else. The two of them went all the way to the exit and then, under Xue Qian's lead, they left the Paoli clan's Cultivation City ruins. As for why they didn't go to other places, it was because Xue Qian had only seen the road map in advance and didn't dare to wander around. I'm going back, what about you? Xue Qian looked at Xiao Chen and asked. I plan to go to other places. Right, do you know who that person called Wang Kaichao is? Tagan Shanxiong had mentioned this person before, so Xiao Chen took note of this person. Since this person was the local tyrant of the Hakanamada Desert, he certainly knew a lot of information. Xiao Chen wanted to ask about the Blazing Mountain's heavenly flame. Since his father went missing there might be some clues. However, Tagan Shanxiong said that this person had a good relationship with him, so Xiao Chen was afraid that there would be trouble. Wang Kaichao is an old adventurer in this desert area. I've met him once and had a meal with him. To say that he is familiar with Tagan Shanxiong is not necessarily true, it's just an acquaintance. Xue Qian seemed to know what Xiao Chen wanted to know, so she directly said, this person now sells information and mediates conflicts for a living. Therefore, people who ask for information from him usually won't make things difficult for them. Even if they don't know, they will still try their best to ask for information. Then, do you know where he lives? Xiao Chen was relieved. As long as this person didn't have any relationship with Tagan Shanxiong, it was fine. He lives. As she said this, Xue Qian took out a map from her pocket. After looking at it for a moment, she pointed to a place and said, it's here. This is a small market formed by the desert martial arts community. It's at the border between the ancient ruins of the Blazing Mountain and the ruins of the Paoli clan Cultivation City. This place is not under the jurisdiction of the Warrior Guild, but a free trade place. Wang Kaichao lives there. It's easy to find out. Just go there and ask. Okay, thank you. See you later. After saying this, Xiao Chen suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, I'll add your Weixin. If there's any news about Song Xian, let me know. Aren't you afraid that I'll go back and tell Lord Yidao about you? Xue Qian glared at Xiao Chen, but she still took out her mobile phone. Tell him whatever. Xiao Chen didn't care at all. He should know how the Claryman family was destroyed. As long as he's not stupid, he won't take the initiative to find trouble with me. We have no conflict of interest now. My Weixin signal is, Humph. Xue Qian added him, put away her mobile phone and got into one of the cars. Xiao Chen got into the other car, which was the off-road vehicle that he had found the key from the skinny man. Then he drove in the direction that Xue Qian had told him. Although the desert was endless, Xiao Chen didn't care because he had a clear direction. Sure enough, after driving for a day, Xiao Chen saw a desert city. There were many large tents here, and in front of the tents there were small stalls. Sure enough, as Xue Qian and Ling Chenxue had said, this was a market and many people were selling things here. Behind the market there were some plank houses built with steel plates and wood. Although some of them were very luxurious, it could be seen that this kind of house only existed in the special environment of the desert. Xiao Chen parked the car in a place that looked like a parking lot. As soon as he got out of the car, an old lady martial artist ran over. Parking fee. Xiao Chen was stunned. He thought that he had returned to the secular world, so he asked subconsciously, how much? 1,000 yuan. The old lady said. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this is really shady. However, he could not be bothered to waste time. He took out 1,000 yuan and gave it to the old lady. Then he asked, Senior, do you know where Hero Wang Kaichao is? Oh, you're looking for him. He's behind there in the third villa. The old lady said, pointing to a plank house. Xiao Chen thanked her and walked over quickly. However, when he reached the door of the plank house, he realized that there was also parking at the door and it seemed to be free. Young hero, please wait. As soon as Xiao Chen was about to walk in, he was stopped by a man. This man was at the 4th level of the martial arts master, which shocked Xiao Chen. The people in the martial arts world really couldn't be underestimated. There were really many masters. Chapter 646. I'm here to look for Hero Wang Kaichao. I have something to consult, said Xiao Chen. Oh, Mr. Wang is meeting guests. Please wait a moment. I'll line up for you. The man nodded after listening and led Xiao Chen to a stone table in the yard in front of the door. Then he poured a cup of tea for Xiao Chen and said, please enjoy. Then he entered the house. A 4th-level martial artist was actually playing the role of a waiter? It seemed that this Wang Kaichao was really a character. He really knew how to do business. Letting a 4th-level martial artist serve could satisfy the self-esteem of these guests. At the same time, it could intimidate the thieves. Xiao Chen slowly poured and drank by himself. After waiting for about half an hour, the fourth-level martial artist from before came out again. He said to Xiaoqun, "Young hero, please follow me." Xiaoqun was slightly stunned. He didn't see anyone come out just now. How could it be okay? However, Xiaoqun didn't ask much. He followed the fourth-level martial artist into the house. He saw a man in his 40s sitting on the sofa in the middle of the living room. He was tall and straight, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He could be considered a handsome person. However, there was a scar on his face which affected his heroic aura. He looked a bit like a bandit. "Please take a seat. I wonder why young hero is looking for me?" As Wang Kaichao spoke, his aura was also revealed. He was actually a 6th-level martial artist. This shocked Xiaoqun. No wonder this person could occupy a place in the Hakanamata desert. His strength wasn't weak. However, this wasn't important. Xiaoqun wasn't here to fight. He just sat calmly opposite Wang Kaichao. Wang Kaichao nodded in his heart. It seemed that this person wasn't an ordinary person. Under such an imposing aura, he was still able to maintain his calmness. This made Wang Kaichao look at him in a different light. "Hero Wang, I want to inquire about something. I hope Hero Wang can give me some pointers." Xiaoqun said, "I wonder if Hero Wang's consultation fee?" "Haha. Little brother, is this your first time here?" Wang Kaichao laughed. "Yes." Xiaoqun was startled, then nodded and said, "This is my first time here. If you want to ask me, Wang Kaichao, for information, you can pay me with money. You can also give me worldly treasures. As for the specifics, it will depend on the value of the information you want to know," Wang Kaichao said with a smile. "All right, no problem." Xiaoqun breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. As long as he could get the money, it was fine. So he said, "The matter I want to inquire about is related to the heavenly flame of the fiery mountain." 100,000, Wang Kaichao said. When Xiaoqun heard the price, he was completely stunned. He didn't expect it to be so cheap. One piece of information for 100,000. Looking at Xiaoqun's expression, Wang Kaichao thought that he thought it was too expensive, so he explained with a smile, "My information starts at 100,000, and the heavenly mystical flame isn't a secret. You can ask others and you'll also know. But if you ask me, it starts at 100,000. This rule can't be broken." "No, I haven't finished what I want to say." When Xiaoqun heard this, he couldn't help but smile and said, "I want to inquire about it. 2 years ago, there was a trial team that went to the ancient ruins of the Fiery Mountain. I heard that it was a mission issued by the Secular World Martial Artists Guild. The content of the mission was related to the heavenly mystical flame. Trial team? And then?" Wang Kaichao asked after listening. Xiaoqun's words were too general. He couldn't tell what was going on at the moment. "This trial team disappeared. I only know that the leader was called Xiao Feng, and his teammate was called Qing Zhongqian," Xiaoqun said. "Trial team. Xiao Feng. Qing Zhongqian. Heavenly mystical flame. Let me think." As he said this, Wang Kaichao fell into deep thought. Xiaoqun didn't disturb Wang Kaichao. Instead, he quietly waited for Wang Kaichao to think. After a while, Wang Kaichao seemed to have thought of something and said, "I don't remember the name of the person you mentioned. However, I vaguely remember that there was a small team from the secular world that went missing near the ancient ruins of the Blazing Mountain. After that, the Warrior Guild headquarters from the secular world came to investigate. Because most of the people who come here for the trial are martial artists, there aren't many from the secular world, so I have some impression of it." "Then do you remember where this team disappeared and why they disappeared?" Xiaoqun asked. "I don't know about this. Because when the Martial Artists Guild headquarters came to investigate, they didn't find anything. And because it was a matter of the secular world, it didn't have much to do with me, so I didn't bother to ask about it." Wang Kaichao shook his head and said, "Now things have changed. It's been so long, it's hard to find anything. But one thing is certain, they disappeared near the Fiery Mountain." "If that's the case, then thank you very much." Although Xiaoqun was a little disappointed, he had also guessed this result. If someone really wanted to deal with his father, then they definitely wouldn't leave any clues or blackmail for people to find. Most likely it was the people behind Qing Zhongfan who did it. What he didn't know now was whether they hired someone to do it, or if they did it themselves. And whether his father was still alive, Qing Zhongfan didn't know either. But the people who knew were all dead, and with Xiaoqun's current strength, it was not enough to take revenge on the people behind Qing Zhongfan. "There's no need. I didn't help you, so there's no need to thank me." Wang Kaichao waved his hand. "I'm also a businessman. Even if I didn't help, I won't charge you." No, why don't you tell me about the fiery mountain and the heavenly flame? Xiaochen smiled. 100,000, right? I'll transfer the money to you now. Ah, that's fine. Wang Kaichao smiled and said, Flame Mountain is the name of an ancient sect. These ancient sects have already disappeared with the passage of time, but it is obvious that they were preparing to leave. Therefore, there are not many heavenly treasures left in the Flame Mountain that can be found. Aside from the rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth, which can regularly grow some medicinal herbs, the most famous thing is that there is a kind of true quenching flame beneath the Flame Mountain, which is also a kind of heavenly flame called the Nine Underworld Flame. It is said that by bathing in the hot spring water above this heavenly flame, it can refine the body, allowing ordinary people who can't cultivate to embark on the path of a martial artist. It can also increase the aptitude of a martial artist or a devil cultivator. Therefore, many cultivators will go there to take a bath. But because the fiery mountain's ancient ruins is a large array formation, after entering, the route is randomly arranged. Every time you go there, it will be different, so there is no map. After entering, whether or not you can find the hot spring depends on your luck. Some people wander around for a month and still can't stand the heat, but still may not be able to find the hot spring. Regretfully, they can only be sent out. Wang Kaichao said, and those who find the hot spring won't be able to soak for long before they are driven out. What's the reason for this? Could it be that the hot spring will automatically drive people out? Xiaochen asked with a strange expression. That's not the case. Because the size of the hot spring is limited, even if the fiery mountain is an illusion array because there are too many cultivators, there will still be many people who will find the hot spring. Therefore, only those with great strength can soak in the hot spring for a long time. Others will be replaced not long after entering. Wang Kaichao said. There's such a thing? Then what if one's strength is very weak, and after entering they find that there is no position, then what? Wouldn't that be a wasted trip? Xiaochen asked. If that's the case, then you can wait on the side. Wang Kaichao said with a smile. Every person enters the fiery mountain for 1 month. After 1 month, they will be automatically sent out by the illusion array. Of course, you can come back again, but the route will be completely different. Whether or not you will be lucky enough to find the hot spring the second time is hard to say. Therefore, as long as you don't have to be sent out in a few days, you can patiently wait on the side and there is a possibility of finding a position. Like this, no matter how strong you are, you can't always occupy the hot spring. I understand now. After listening, Xiaochen couldn't help but nod and said, since that's the case, is there any convenient way to reach the hot spring? That's it. When I was young, I also went there several times, but there were times when I couldn't find it. Wang Kaichao said with a smile, there is a ready-made map here. You can find the ancient ruins of the fiery mountain. As for after entering, you can only leave it to fate. Thank you very much. I'll pay you the consultation fee. Xiaochen nodded. He had asked everything he needed to ask. Well, my card number is... Wang Kaichao said a set of numbers. Xiaochen picked up his phone and transferred 200,000 yuan to Wang Kaichao. Then he said, the remaining 100,000 yuan can be considered as a deposit. I also asked Mr. Wang to help me inquire about the trial team. That's not a problem. Wang Kaichao also saw Xiaochen's sincerity. He also relied on this to make a living, so he didn't decline. Leave me your contact number. If I have any news, I'll inform you immediately. Okay. Xiaochen said and told Wang Kaichao his Wei contact number. Then he said goodbye and left. To be honest, he didn't have any hope of finding his father in the fiery mountain. After all, Wang Kaichao said that it had been too long. There were people coming and going there. Even if there were any clues, they would have been wiped clean. Xiaochen's trip this time around was nothing more than a thought in his heart. Furthermore, he wanted to see if he could subdue the heavenly flame. If he could, it would be extremely good. Not only would his battle prowess increase, he would also be able to refine pills. The underworld flame, this name was incomparably powerful. Perhaps it was even more powerful than the Samadhi true flame. Now that he was here, if he let it go, Xiaochen wouldn't be willing. Chapter 647. 9 Underworld Flame. Legend has it that it came from the 8th layer of the 9 Underworld Hell. It is unknown how it ended up in the human world, but it is a true heavenly flame. Elder Heaven Ancestor's voice sounded, but if you want to subdue it with your current strength, it will not be easy. Then I still have to try. Xiaochen also knew this point, but I am now at the foundation establishment stage. If I still can't do it, then I can only give up. After refueling the car at the marketplace, Xiaochen followed the directions on the map and drove towards the Flame Mountain's ancient ruins. The ancient ruins of Flame Mountain was actually very easy to find. There were many cultivators who came here. Previously there were not many people on the road, but after walking for a while the road was filled with people. However, these people were either driving or walking. They were in a hurry, but there was no dispute. Obviously they all had a tacit understanding. They all came for the hot springs of Flame Mountain, so if they fought over some trivial matters and delayed their time, it would not be worth it. So Xiaochen naturally felt that it was good. After all, he didn't want to cause any trouble. As the car approached, Xiaochen discovered that this place was similar to the Paoli clan's cultivation city. It was surrounded by a high wall, making it impossible to directly enter. Under the guidance of the road sign, Xiaochen parked his car in the parking lot. He also paid the parking fee of 5,000 yuan. Of course, this also had its advantages. There were martial arts people to help you look after the car so it would not be stolen. Xiaochen didn't take his backpack, but directly placed it in the car. Because he wanted to enter the hot springs, he was afraid that it would become a burden. In any case, the security here was very strict. There were several martial artists in charge of public security in the parking lot. After getting out of the car, Xiaochen turned his head and arrived at the entrance of the ancient ruins of Flame Mountain. Not far away, he saw a super big sign with the words, Ancient Ruins of Flame Mountain Hot Springs Resort written on it. Next to it, there was a sentry box with the words Ticket Office written on it. If it weren't for Xiaochen being sure that the weakest person in the vicinity was a martial artist, he would have thought that he had arrived at a scenic spot in the secular world. Because this scene was too similar, the front was filled with people queuing up to buy tickets. Xiaochen looked at the long line in front of him. He found a spot at the back and moved forward step by step. After queuing for more than an hour, it was finally his turn. Looking at the ticket price, he was speechless. It actually cost 5 million. Although this price wasn't as high as the Spirit Stone quest, it wasn't something that ordinary cultivators could afford. Even though there were so many people, it wasn't something that a cultivator could easily afford. Today's ticket sale is over. Come back tomorrow. Just as Xiaochen took out his bank card and was about to make the purchase, he heard a cold voice coming from the ticket booth. It's over? Xiaochen was stunned. That's right, the quota is limited every day. In order to ensure the tourist experience of the scenic area, we have to control the number of people entering the ancient ruins. The number of people being sent out every day is fixed, and the number of people entering is also fixed. The person selling the ticket said, if you want to come, please come early tomorrow. Then how many people? Qin King, every day he's world how many people? 150. The person selling the tickets replied. Okay, thank you. Xiaochen turned around and was about to leave, but he found that there was no one queuing behind him. He realized that he was probably the only newcomer who didn't know about this rule. Other people wouldn't continue to queue when they saw that there were 150 people queuing in front of them. Only Xiaochen was still foolishly queuing for a long time. At the thought of this, Xiaochen turned his head and asked, Can I line up here now? No, it's about to be cleared. In a while, the people who went in a month ago will be teleported here. If you are not afraid of being crushed to death by the people who suddenly come out, just stay here. The ticket seller warned. Okay. Xiaochen wasn't afraid of being crushed to death, but it would be weird if he wasn't crushed to death, so he followed the rules. What time can I queue tomorrow morning? After 4 o'clock, everyone will gather at the periphery. Whoever is faster will be in front. The ticket seller explained. Xiaochen didn't ask any more. The rules were set by others, so he could only leave first. With nothing to do, Xiaochen planned to walk around nearby. If possible, he would find more people to inquire about some information. Previously, his thinking was too simple. He thought that it would be fine as long as he came, so he didn't ask Wang Kaichao. But now, it seemed that he needed to understand more. Except for the people who queued before and the staff who maintained order, Xiaochen didn't see anyone else nearby. This made him a little puzzled. Where were the people he saw on the road just now? Xiaochen didn't pay attention to them before. He thought that they would come here to queue up, so he parked his car and rushed over. But now, it seemed that they knew the rules here and didn't queue up here. Without a choice, Xiaochen could only find a nearby staff and ask, This is my first time here. May I ask, where does everyone spend the night? Or where are the other cultivators? Oh, in the nearby Fiery Flame City. Walk that way for a few kilometers. The staff pointed to a place not far away and said. Only then did Xiaochen come to a realization. A distance of a few kilometers was nothing to martial cultivators or demonic cultivators. They could reach their destination very quickly. However, the vicinity of the Flame Mountain was within an illusion formation. The surroundings were covered in mist and they could not see clearly into the distance. "Thank you." Xiaoqun thanked him and turned to walk towards Fiery Flame City. After walking for about 2 kilometers, Xiaoqun suddenly stopped. His divine sense had already sensed that there were people in front of him. Moreover, there was a trace of killing intent. There should be some people arguing. Xiaoqun frowned and swept his divine sense in that direction. Immediately, Xiaoqun found 2 martial masters at the 4th level. The 2 of them were at loggerheads and it seemed like they hadn't started fighting yet. 4th level. Xiaoqun thought for a moment and continued walking forward. With his current strength, even if he couldn't kill both of them at once, he could still escape. Furthermore, the 2 of them were enemies. Xiaoqun wasn't afraid that the 2 of them would join forces to deal with him. As he walked closer, Xiaoqun discovered that the 2 cultivators were a man and a woman. They seemed to be arguing about something. Thus, Xiaoqun stood where he was and watched. He wanted to see when the 2 of them would start fighting. He shamelessly thought that if the 2 of them ended up injured, could he take advantage of them? Judging from their attire, both of them seemed to be martial artists. But very soon, Xiaoqun realized that something was off, because he seemed to know that female cultivator. Damn it, isn't this Ling Er, the disciple of Granny Nanshan? When Xiaoqun saw the female cultivator, he was instantly enraged. Damn it, you said you were going to give me some spiritual jades, but now you haven't even shown up. I thought you were in trouble and couldn't get away. I didn't expect you to be fighting with someone here. However, he didn't know how Ling Er's strength had increased so much. The last time he saw her, she was only a martial master at the 3rd level. Now she was already at the 4th level. Xiaoqun subconsciously teamed up with the male cultivator opposite him. He planned to watch Ling Er make a fool of herself. Of course, even so, he couldn't help the male cultivator. What did this have to do with him? "And Luoqun, you're so vicious. You approached me just to steal my map." Ling Er glared at the man in front of her angrily. "No wonder you kept asking me to take off my clothes when we were in the hot spring. You were unhappy when I refused. After we were out of the hot spring, you even helped me dry my clothes. I saw you flipping my clothes around, so I thought you wanted to dry them more carefully. It turns out that you wanted to search my clothes. Humph, who knew you were so cautious and didn't put it on your body?" The man named Luoqun snorted coldly. "So what if you found out? Today you have to hand it over whether you want to or not. Do you think I and Luoqun will like you because of your looks? I approached you and pursued you for a reason. You can only blame yourself for being so stupid." Xiaoqun looked over. This man named Luoqun was really handsome. It would be a waste of his talent if he wasn't a celebrity. There was actually such a pretty boy in the martial arts world. He looked at Ling Er again. She didn't look good wearing a human skin mask, but did Luoqun not see through it? Or could it be that even if he took off the mask he would still look ugly? Was it because he looked too ugly that he wore the mask? "My Ling Er must have been blind to think that you were treating me well and wanted to become cultivation partners with me. In the end, you're so scheming." Ling Er was so angry that her chest was heaving. However, Luoqun clearly wasn't interested. "It's useless to talk about this. Tell me where the map is hidden and I'll give you the antidote. Otherwise, don't blame me if the poison takes effect and you die," Luoqun said calmly. There was no sympathy on his face at all. "I've been talking to you for so long. You should be content. You're an ugly woman. Why would I like you? You're an idiot. I didn't even touch you and you thought I liked you. You're delusional. You. Ling Er was obviously devastated by Luoqun's words. "You're really a beast. Today I finally understand why my master told me that people are evil. When I met you I thought that you were treating me well. I even lent you the spiritual jades that I promised to deliver to my benefactor. You said that you needed them and would return them to me after a month. I believed you, but how did you treat me? Oh my God. And Luoqun, you little bastard. You cheated me of my spiritual jades. Damn you, I wanted to help you before, but now I can't help you anymore." However, Xiaoqun also felt that this Ling Er was really a little stupid. And Luoqun was obviously a pretty boy with bad intentions, but she actually believed him and gave her spiritual jades to him. No wonder he didn't get the spiritual jades. It turned out that Ling Er acted on her own. Chapter 648. What's the point of saying all this? And Luoqun's expression was very calm. "Give me the map to the teleportation portal. I know you must have it. The map is a martial arts secret. Only a few participating sects have it. I can't give it to you even if I die. Ling Er gritted her teeth and said coldly, if I die here today my master, Grandma Nanshan, will definitely avenge me. She has to know that you are here. Furthermore, the people of the Fire Wolfen family are not afraid of your master. And Luochen said disdainfully. I know. You are from the Fire Wolfen family. Ling Er was shocked. No wonder I felt that your strength was very strange. You don't seem like a martial cultivator or a demonic cultivator. Of course. The time for the Fire Wolfen family to rise again is here. If you know what's good for you, hand over the map and I will give you the antidote. You can also join the Fire Wolfen family. Seeing that you are infatuated with me, I can arrange for you to be a small leader. However, you can forget about being my woman, and Luochen said fearlessly. Tui, don't even think about it. Ling Er said angrily. I've been tricked by you. Only a ghost would be infatuated with you. Don't even think about it. I will not give it to you even if I die. When Xiaoqin heard Ling Er's childish words, he was really disappointed. If I were you, I would fight him to the death. We are both fourth-stage martial masters. Why should I be afraid of him? At most, we will perish together. Even if we can't beat him, we can still cripple him. When the poison takes effect, there will be no turning back. Very well, then let's wait for the poison to take effect. Let me see how long you can last. Let me tell you, this is the latest poison developed by the Fire Wolfen family. In a while, you will feel so good that you will tear off your flesh piece by piece. And Luochen finally threatened impatiently. I'm not afraid. Ling Er stiffened her neck. Xiaoqin did not know what to say. All right, since you are so stupid, I will help you one more time. He had originally thought that Granny Nanshan and Ling Er were deliberately not giving him the spirit jades, but it seemed like that wasn't the case. Granny Nanshan must have asked Ling Er to deliver the spirit jades to him. However, she met An Luochen on the way and was deceived by his sweet words. Ling Er must have never come into contact with any male cultivators when she was cultivating in the sect. She must have thought that she had found her true love, so she gave the spirit jade to An Luochen. It seemed like An Luochen still wanted the map of the teleportation portal. Xiaoqin was getting a little impatient, so he walked over to him. Who? An Luochen was slightly taken aback when he saw someone walking over. However, he quickly said, Friend, don't be a busybody. This is a dispute between me and my cultivation partner. Generally speaking, when other cultivators heard that it was an internal dispute between Dao companions, they wouldn't meddle in other people's business. However, Xiaoqin scolded, Who are you trying to fool? Your girlfriend? Get lost, this is my girlfriend. An Luochen stared at Xiaoqin in bewilderment. Where did this person come from? Did he mean that he was in cahoots with Ling Er? Ling Er, long time no see. Why are you looking for a man behind my back? Xiaoqin didn't want to kill An Luochen directly. After all, the Fire Wolfen family seemed to be quite powerful. Xiaoqin had enough troubles now. He didn't want to get involved in the disputes between martial arts sects and families. Moreover, An Luochen was deceiving Ling Er. Xiaoqin only wanted to get the spirit jade back. Ling Er was also stunned. However, when she saw Xiaoqin, her face immediately turned red. It wasn't because she was looking for a man behind Xiaoqin's back. It was because she had given the spirit jade that belonged to Xiaoqin to An Luochen. Of course she was embarrassed. Xiaoqin glanced at Ling Er and thought to himself, how can a human skin mask blush? It's quite high-end. No wonder An Luochen didn't notice it. An Luochen frowned when he saw Ling Er blush and that Xiaoqin had indeed called her by her name. He believed Xiaoqin's words and said, You bitch, how dare you accuse me of having a cultivation partner? You were lustful and fell in love with someone else. How dare you accuse me of lying to you? Ling Er wasn't good at arguing. She didn't know how to explain herself after hearing what An Luochen said. That's enough. My wife's affair is my family's business. Now hand over the spirit jade that you tricked her with and you can leave. Oh yes, and the antidote. Xiaoqin said. Who do you think you are? An Luochen's expression changed. However, he did not think much of Xiaoqin. In his opinion, he had stolen his woman. If it was any other powerful cultivator, they would have already attacked him. Why would they speak to him in such a manner? Obviously, Xiaoqin was not powerful enough and didn't dare to attack him. That was why he was negotiating with him. Are you stupid? Xiaoqin looked at An Luochen with a strange expression. Did you temporarily lose your hearing just now? I already said that I'm her boyfriend. You. An Luochen was a little annoyed. So what? Get lost, this has nothing to do with you. Do you believe that I'll skin you alive if you continue to dawdle? Slap. Xiaoqin slapped this pretty boy across the face. He hated men who tricked women the most. Xiaoqin didn't want to kill him, but that didn't mean that he couldn't teach him a lesson. You dare to hit me? And Luochen was a little incredulous. I'm from the Fire Wolfen family. Ask around in the Hakanamata Desert. Fire Wolfen family? I've never heard of them. Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes and shook his legs. He didn't seem to know this person at all. Good, very good. And Luochen gritted his teeth in anger. I say, Ling, what kind of taste do you have? I said that I've never heard of them, but he said that they're very good. Is there a needle in his head? How can he trick you with this kind of IQ? Are you sure you can do it? Xiaoqin pointed at Luochen as he looked at Ling speechlessly. Ling lowered her head and didn't know what to do. She didn't know why she was tricked by Luochen. Perhaps it was because she had never experienced love before. She thought that Luochen liked her and that she had found her true love after hearing some sweet words from him. However, now that she saw Xiaoqin teaching Luochen a lesson, she felt very satisfied. It was as if she had vented some of her anger. However, for some reason her heart started to beat faster. Especially when Xiaoqin said that she was his girlfriend and that he was standing up for her, Ling felt very happy. Wah, you're asking for it? Watch my Fire Wolf Divine Fist. And Luochen finally couldn't take it anymore. He hadn't made a move previously because he was afraid that Ling would help Xiaoqin beat him up. If that happened, he wouldn't have any chance of winning. However, he was really angry now. Moreover, Linger's poison was about to take effect, so he wasn't afraid of Xiaoqin anymore. What the hell is this? Xiaoqin directly used his dark flame palm and sent the pretty boy flying. It was just a 4th stage martial master. Xiaoqin was still very relaxed and happy. Boom! And Luochen landed heavily on the ground. However, what surprised Xiaoqin was that other than being covered in dirt, this guy didn't seem to be injured. He got up from the ground and glared at Xiaoqin. You're actually also a 4th stage martial master? And a 4th stage devil master? Is that strange? Idiot. Xiaoqin looked at him. Are you retarded? My wife is already a 4th stage martial master. If I'm lower than her, how am I supposed to protect her? After hearing what Xiaoqin said, Luochen instantly felt that his intelligence was a little low. No, how could he be low? He was a genius. He gritted his teeth and once again used the Fire Wolf Divine Fist on Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin frowned. This guy was stupid. He couldn't win, yet he still rushed forward. His intelligence was really high. Only Ling would fall for it. If it was someone else, they would have sold this guy out. Although Luochen was a 4th stage martial master, his actual strength was only at the level of a 2nd stage martial master in Xiaoqin's eyes. His martial techniques were especially ordinary. There was nothing special about them. Xiaoqin once again used his dark flame palm on Luochen's head and sent him flying. A small bump fell from his body. Xiaoqin walked over and picked it up. He realized that there were 2 small bottles inside. If he guessed correctly, they should be Ling Er's antidote. He casually threw them to Ling Er. See for yourself which one is the antidote. Don't drink the wrong one and die again. Ling Er caught it and blushed. At this moment she finally understood who was truly good to her. She felt that Xiaoqin and Luochen were completely different. Moreover, her feelings for Xiaoqin were completely different from Luochen's. Although Luochen could say sweet things to make her happy, it was only to make her happy. However, Xiaoqin didn't say anything, but her heart still palpitated. This feeling made her feel shy for the first time. She thought that if Xiaoqin had asked her to take off her clothes in the hot spring, she would have done so. She didn't know why, but she just couldn't resist his request. Seeing Luochen crawl up from the ground and still wanting to rush over, Xiaoqin finally got angry. This is already the 3rd time. What else do you want? Xiaoqin directly threw a Samadhi True Fireball at Luochen. Luochen was stunned. His body was instantly set on fire. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of martial technique is this?" "A martial technique that will kill you." Xiaoqin said calmly, "Tell me where the spiritual jade is now and I will consider letting you go. Otherwise you will die." You underestimate me. Luochen rolled a few times on the ground. Although his clothes were burnt to a crisp, he wasn't seriously injured. His skin was charred black, but the Samadhi True Fireball didn't spread. Instead, it was extinguished. How can such a petty trick do anything to the successor of the Fire Wolf War God? If this is all I have, I won't be able to revive the In family. When he saw that Luochen was completely fine, Xiaochen was extremely shocked. Chapter 649. The true Samadhi fire was a technique that he had never used before. Luochen was only a stage 4 martial master, and his attack power was only at the stage 2 level. How could he not be afraid of the true Samadhi fire? Who would believe him if he told others about this? Xiaochen suddenly thought of a strange phenomenon. Luochen was hit by the dark flame palm, but he did not seem to be affected. Was this guy not afraid of being hit? You specialize in defense? Xiaochen asked. You don't understand. It's much more advanced than defense. At this moment, Luochen looked at Xiaochen with interest. Brat, you have some skills. How about this? You can work for me. I won't treat you badly. Xiaochen was worried about Luochen's intelligence. We are enemies now. It's one thing for you to cheat my wife's spiritual jade, but you want me to be your follower? Are you having delusions? No. You haven't experienced how powerful I am. Although I may not be that dazzling now, I will definitely unify the martial arts world in the future and dominate the world. Luochen said while shaking his head. Ling'er, look at your taste. Why didn't you find someone stronger than me when you cheated? This guy is clearly mentally ill. Xiaochen looked at Ling'er speechlessly. I didn't cheat. Ling'er stammered. Forget it. I lied to her, so it's my fault. How about you work for me? Don't worry, I won't be interested in your wife. As for the spiritual jade, I've already used it, so I can't return it to you. Luochen said to himself. You will have a bright future if you work for me. I'll find some more spiritual jade for you. I'm not interested, Xiaochen said. Although he was scolding Luochen for being mentally retarded, he had to admit that this kid had some tricks up his sleeve. He was not afraid of the Samadhi true fire and did not seem to be afraid of being hit. He was really a monster. So I think about it. I'll give you my contact number so you can memorize it. Luochen told Xiaochen about his contact number and turned to leave. He probably knew that he wasn't Xiaochen's opponent. Although he wasn't afraid of being beaten, he couldn't beat Xiaochen. Xiaochen did not chase after him, because Xiaochen could not do anything to Luochen either. After Luochen left, Xiaochen turned to look at Ling'er and said, What should I say about you? You must have been deceived by him, right? I'm sorry. Ling'er blushed and lowered her head, looking as if she had done something wrong. Do you think it'll be fine if I'm sorry? Xiaochen glared at Ling'er. That was a spiritual jade. It wasn't easy for him to get it from the ancient ruins, but it was gone just like that. I won't dare to do it again, Ling'er said carefully. I won't fall for it again. I know they're lying to me. You're the only one who treats me well. I won't fall for it again, huh? Xiaochen was taken aback. What was going on? Why did it become him being nice to her in the end? I'll listen to you in the future. I know you're the one who treats me well, Ling'er said shyly. Ling'er said shyly, I didn't realize it before, but now I want to be Dao companions with you. What? Xiaochen was stunned. What dual cultivation partners? Ling'er, what are you trying to say? Didn't you say that I'm your wife? Ling'er blinked. I was lying to Luochen, okay? Xiaochen smiled bitterly. I have to find a reason to be a busybody, right? I see. Ling'er's body stiffened, but she smiled and said, Yes, it's like this. I'm sorry I thought too much. It's nothing. Xiaochen could tell that Ling'er was a little disappointed. He shook his head. Did Ling'er think that he liked her too? What was this little girl thinking? She was too gullible. Forget it. Ling'er hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and said in a self-mocking manner, I'm just too stupid. Forget it. Since you know, you should go back now. Don't hang around outside anymore. You might have been tricked by some gigolo again. Xiaochen felt a little helpless. Ling'er had given all her spiritual jades to Luochen, and this guy had used them up. It seemed like there was no hope for him. Xiaochen didn't think that Luochen was lying. He could tell that this guy was very arrogant. He wanted Xiaochen to be his subordinate, so it was probably true that he had used up his spiritual jades. However, Xiaochen didn't have much hope, so he didn't feel sad. No, I know who is really good to me, so I won't be tricked. Also, Ling'er looked at Xiaochen but didn't finish her sentence. Xiaochen was shocked. Ling'er couldn't have really fallen for him, right? But he didn't do anything. Ling'er's love was really low. Actually, it was Xiaochen who had misunderstood Ling'er. Ling'er had been deceived and had made a comparison. Then she fell for Xiaoqin. I'm going to Fiery Flame City now. What about you? Xiaoqin asked. Linger lowered her head and said, I'm going back to the sect to receive my punishment from Master. Forget it. Just say that you gave me your spiritual jades. Don't say that you were tricked. Xiaoqin thought that he might as well be a good person to the end. Linger would be punished, which wouldn't do him any good. This. Linger was originally disappointed. However, she was happy again. You are still good to me. I know. You must think that I'm too stupid, so you don't want to be with me. Don't worry. After I go back, I will work hard to learn from Master and become smarter. Then, I will become your cultivation partner. What is this? Xiaoqin was speechless. Then I'm leaving. Thank you, Xiaoqin. Linger waved goodbye to Xiaoqin and left happily. Shaking his head, Xiaoqin quickened his pace and headed to Fiery Flame City. Fiery Flame City was near the ancient ruins of Fiery Mountain. It was a small town that had formed over thousands of years. If there was a demand, there would naturally be a supply. Many people came here in search of hot springs. Those who could not go could only live near Fiery Flame City. Here there were inns, markets, restaurants, shops. In short, there were all sorts of facilities. Xiaoqin did not drive his car here. It would cost him 5,000 to move his car. Xiaoqin should train his body. Since it was still early, Xiaoqin randomly found a shop and walked in. Young hero, what would you like to buy? A young man walked over enthusiastically and greeted Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin glanced at him. He was actually an ancient martial art practitioner. In this place, even a waiter was an ancient martial art practitioner. However, this was not strange. He reckoned that this was the territory controlled by the outer circle of the martial arts circle. The people here were probably all ancient martial art practitioners. I'm just looking around. As Xiaoqin spoke, he started to size up the shop. Many of the things sold here were cultivation resources for cultivators. There were medicinal pills, natural treasures, weapons, martial techniques, etc. It was much more complete than the cultivator markets in the secular world. It seemed like the pugilistic world was indeed different. All right. Young hero, is this your first time coming to Fiery Flame City? The shop assistant casually chatted. That's right, this is my first time here. Xiaoqin did not deny it. If it is your first time here, you would normally buy a secret manual to clear the ancient ruins of Fiery Mountain. The shop assistant smiled and took out a small booklet from the counter. He handed it to Xiaoqin and said, this is an introduction to the ancient ruins of Fiery Mountain. Although it will not allow you to find the hot springs immediately, it will increase your chances of success. It will help you avoid some detours. Then give me one. How much is it? Xiaoqin was somewhat astonished. There was actually such a thing. However, he needed it. 10,000. The shop assistant said. All right, swipe my card. Xiaoqin could not be bothered to bargain. In short, this was a cultivator's territory. Everything was frighteningly expensive. It seemed like earning money here was a good business. Xiaoqin tossed out his bank card, took the booklet and flipped through it. Sure enough, the booklet clearly stated how to line up, how many cultivators could enter each day, how long they had to stay inside, and how to fight for a cultivation spot in the hot spring. It also stated how to quickly find a hot spring and so on. In short, this was a book of experience. In Xiaoqin's opinion, the 10,000 was worth it. Young hero, do you need anything else? The shop assistant asked after receiving the bank card. I don't need anything else. Xiaoqin shook his head. Other cultivation resources were of no use to him. His cultivation was a form of burning money. Small things would not have any effect. All right. The shop assistant swiped the card and let Xiaoqin enter the password. He returned the card to Xiaoqin and said, welcome back next time. Xiaoqin took the booklet and left the shop. He casually found a restaurant and sat down. He ordered some dishes and slowly enjoyed them while reading the booklet. The restaurants here were open all night. Xiaoqin did not plan to find an inn. He planned to eat until midnight and then queue up. The prices here were simply heaven-defying. Even if Xiaoqin had money, he could not be so wasteful. Around 2 in the morning, Xiaoqin paid the bill and headed towards the ancient ruins of Blazing Mountain. At this time, there were also other people heading there. It seemed like they were all going to queue up. The booklet also stated that at 4 in the morning, tickets would be sold. But at this time, it was a test of each cultivator's reaction speed. They had to quickly queue up. If they did not successfully queue up, or if the queue exceeded 150 people, then they would fail and could only come back tomorrow. Therefore, many cultivators would book an inn in Blazing Mountain. Sometimes, if one's cultivation was low and their reaction speed was slow, it would be very difficult to successfully queue up. However, it was also written in the clearance cheat manual that when queuing up, it was best not to rush forward blindly. Even if you rush to the front, you might not be the first to reach the ticket booth, and the first person in front of the ticket booth would be the leader of the queue. Chapter 650. After that, the people in the back would stand in line. Of course, no one would let you cut in line. If you didn't get first place, it would be extremely difficult to join the line again. No one would give up their position for you. In this way, the best way was to keep an eye on a cultivator's back and follow him. If he succeeded in getting first place, then you would definitely have a chance as long as you followed him. As long as you weren't ranked 150th, you would definitely get a chance. However, this also had its drawbacks. The person in front might not be able to get first place, or the others might also keep an eye on that person. Then it would depend on whose reaction speed was faster. This method was widely spread. Basically, you would keep an eye on the first person to get first place. Then you would be followed all the way to the 150th place. Those who weren't followed would basically be eliminated. Although this method was good, it could also fail. Therefore, Xiaoqun didn't intend to use this method. He planned to get first place. Although it was difficult, it should be relatively easy for a cultivator like him. All the cultivators were standing at the edge of the square. No one could enter first. If they entered before the time limit, it would be regarded as a violation of the rules. They would be disqualified from buying tickets for 10 days. Xiaoqun arrived early, but when he arrived at the square, there was already a sea of people. Everyone surrounded the edge of the square. Fortunately, the square was big enough. As long as they didn't arrive too late, they could stand at the edge of the square. At 4 o'clock, everyone ran to the ticket booth together. Xiaoqun stood in a position and was ready to go. Of course, Xiaoqun was a newcomer. He had never appeared before, so almost no one was optimistic about him. There shouldn't be anyone following behind him. Many cultivators had already fought for experience. They knew who was more likely to get into the top 150, so they casually stared at those people behind them. However, it didn't mean that this person could get into the top 150 so they could sit back and relax. If you stared at him, others might also stare at him. At that time, it would be hard to tell who would be the winner. Xiaoqun was aiming for first place. He didn't have time to study who could get into the top 150. This wasn't something that could be studied in a day or two. He didn't have that kind of time. New Year's Day had passed and the Spring Festival was just around the corner. He wanted to go back to the Xiao family during the Spring Festival and spend the Spring Festival with the Xiao family. At 3:50 p.m., the lights at the ticket booth were turned on, and a few staff members came out one after another to maintain order. One of them was holding a small flag in his hand. It seemed like he was going to command the crowd later. At 4 o'clock sharp, the staff member waved the small flag in his hand, and then everyone rushed forward. Xiaoqun also quickly ran to the ticket booth. He was a cultivator, so he had the advantage of speed. However, besides him, there were also speed-type martial artists. Although Xiaoqun was already very fast, Xiaoqun still saw a person running neck and neck with him. This person was a level 1 martial artist. Although his strength wasn't very high, he ran very fast. He should have cultivated speed-type martial arts. When this person saw that Xiaoqun was running as fast as him, he was very surprised. Every time he went to buy tickets, he was always the first. Although he was weak because of this, he got to know two powerful friends. Because every time he bought tickets, he allowed these two friends to stand beside him and then run with him, becoming the second and third place. This way, with the help of these two friends, when he found the hot spring, as long as one of these two friends was there, they could also take care of him so that he could smoothly cultivate in the hot spring without being chased away. Of course, at this time, he didn't have time to ask Xiaoqun why he was also running so fast. He just gritted his teeth and sped up, wanting to overtake Xiaoqun. However, Xiaoqun was always running side by side with him. It wasn't easy to overtake him. The dark horse Xiaoqun surprised many people. At least, there was a smart guy who temporarily changed his target and stared at Xiaoqun. In his opinion, instead of betting on others, it was better to bet on Xiaoqun. In fact, the distance wasn't very far. For many people, the difference was only 1 or 2 steps. Xiaoqun and the level 1 martial artist ran at the front. Seeing that they were about to reach the ticket booth, the level 1 martial artist changed direction. He didn't run to the ticket booth but turned in another direction. Behind him were 2 high-level martial artists. These 2 people didn't look at anything else. They only stared at the level 1 martial artist. When he changed direction, the two people also changed direction one after the other. Behind this high-level martial artist, there were other people following him. In the end, when one person made a mistake, the group of people behind him also made a mistake. On the other hand, Xiaoqun was the first to stand in front of the ticket booth. He looked indifferently at the first-layer martial master. Although he had played a trick, this was how it was in the martial arts world. Mutual deception reigned supreme, and a cultivator's skills were also a type of strength. However, the person following Xiaoqun was overjoyed. He realized that he had made the right bet. The person behind this person was also overjoyed. His luck was really good. This person's speed was average, so it was difficult for him to enter the top 150. However, the others couldn't keep up with him, so they could only follow behind him. As a result, one after another, those who originally had no hope and only had the mentality of trying their luck all succeeded in entering the top 150 this time. As for those who were originally full of confidence, they all failed one by one. Following one wrong person would result in all the wrong steps. The level 1 martial artist ran a few steps before he suddenly came to his senses. He realized that something was wrong. Just now his mind seemed to be blank. He just had a thought and ran in this direction uncontrollably. When he turned his head, he saw that the situation had already been decided. He was instantly dumbfounded. He came out of the hot spring and rested in the inn for a few days. He was preparing to rush to first place today. Who would have thought that he would be careless and let someone else take first place? However, at this moment he couldn't get angry. He could only look at Xiaoqun with hatred. The two high-level martial artists behind him were also very angry. What was going on? Where did this kid come from? How did he get first place? However, since the situation had already been decided, he could only think about it tomorrow. If he dared to cause trouble here, he would definitely be disqualified for a month. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened to me just now. It seems like I was too focused on my opponent and ran astray. The level 1 martial artist said to the two high-level martial artists behind him with some regret. Forget it, we'll talk about it tomorrow. The two of them also knew that people would always make mistakes. At most, they would come back tomorrow. It was just that today was a little suffocating. One of the high-level martial artists looked at Xiaoqun with a sinister look and remembered this person's appearance. The three of them left dejectedly. The people behind them who had planned to follow them a few days ago also left. There was no other way. They would come back tomorrow. Fortunately, there was still hope. The ticket sales started. Xiaoqun took out his bank card and was about to swipe it. However, what made Xiaoqun puzzled was that the person selling the tickets was also puzzled. The first place is free of charge. Free of charge. Xiaoqun was stunned. This was probably written in the secret manual. However, Xiaoqun didn't read it in detail and skipped it. Oh, it's you. Number 151 from yesterday. Are you new? The person selling the tickets recognized Xiaoqun. You are quite fast. Take the ticket and prepare to enter. As he said this, the person selling the tickets gave Xiaoqun a sign. On it was written, Flame Mountain Ancient Ruins Number 1. Xiaoqun took the sign. Under the guidance of another staff member, he arrived in front of a teleportation array at the side. He went to one of the positions. This teleportation array could teleport 6 people at a time. Therefore, he had to wait for the people behind him to arrive together before he could activate it. Soon, the 6 people stood in front of the teleportation array. The staff member at the side activated the teleportation array. Xiaoqun blinked his eyes and entered the desert. It was exactly the same as the previous teleportation. There was no one else beside him. This teleportation array also teleported people randomly. At least within his visibility, he didn't see anyone else. Previously, Xiaoqun had carefully read the secret manual. It was about how to find hot springs in the desert. Therefore, he had overlooked some small details. The first place had the preferential treatment of free of charge. No wonder that first-level martial artist had so many people following him. It seemed like he had been here for free of charge all year round. Everyone knew him. Of course, Xiaoqun could also continue to get free of charge. However, he didn't have that much time to stay here. Xiaoqun first took out the compass and determined his direction. Because this was an illusion array, the surroundings were misty. The visibility was particularly low. He couldn't see anything more than a few dozen meters away. However, this didn't matter. According to the secret manual, the hottest place was where the hot springs were. Therefore, as long as he found the hottest direction and kept walking, he would be able to reach the hot springs. However, it was easier said than done. The temperature increased step by step. If he didn't continue walking for a long time, it would be difficult to tell whether it was getting hotter or colder. Furthermore, if he were to go in the wrong direction with the current visibility, the slightest deviation could mean thousands of miles. It was very likely that he would miss the hot spring just by changing his angle. However, this was nothing to Xiaoqin. The 6 senses of a cultivator were very powerful. He only needed to use the spot where he first landed as the center of the circle. He circled around the area and found the hottest spot. Then he formed a straight line through the center of the circle in this spot. He quickly moved along the straight line. This method was difficult for non-cultivators to distinguish the slight difference in temperature even if they walked in a circle. It didn't take long for Xiaoqin to arrive in front of a huge building that looked like a swimming pool. He found that there were many cultivators gathered around the swimming pool. There were at least 10 of them, and most of them were martial artists. Sure enough, Xiaoqin found this place without much effort. He wasn't in a hurry. He didn't understand why these cultivators didn't enter the hot springs to cultivate. Therefore he walked over and stood to the side to watch. Chapter 651. It turned out that in the hot spring, there were dozens of marked cultivation spots, and all of them were occupied by cultivators. There were no empty spots at all. No wonder these people were all standing here waiting. Is everyone queuing up? Xiaoqin looked for a martial master cultivator who was closest to him and asked, "Queuing?" "Of course." That cultivator looked at Xiaoqin strangely. He was a devil master at the peak of the first layer. "Didn't you say that we could fight for spots?" Xiaoqin looked at the crowd strangely. "We are the weakest here. Don't you see that everyone here is a peak level 1 martial master?" The cultivator smiled bitterly and said, "Since we are here, we can only wait. Even if it is a first layer martial master in the pool, I might not be able to completely suppress him. If we were to fight, I might not be able to gain an advantage, so we can only line up." "So that's how it is." Xiaoqin nodded. He wasn't an overbearing person, but if he continued to queue like this, how long would it take? Should he fight for one spot or not? While he was hesitating, Xiaoqin heard a voice. "Ah, I'm lucky this time. It only took me 10 days to find the hot spring." The voice belonged to a peak level 3 martial master. He walked over quickly and said in a pleasantly surprised tone, "Looks like I can cultivate in peace for 20 days. He did not hide his strength at all. Hence, when he passed by those first layer or peak first layer martial masters, these people could not help but make way for him. As for Xiaoqin, he was some distance away, so he was not affected. The moment he appeared, the expressions of all the low-level cultivators in the hot spring changed. This person showed his strength the moment he arrived. It was obvious that he wanted to find someone to replace him. Of course, the high-level martial masters didn't care. They were all calm and composed. "Hee, who's going to make way for me?" The peak level 3 martial master chuckled and looked at the low-level cultivators in the hot spring. The cultivators below the third martial master all lowered their heads. None of them wanted to be replaced. After all, it wasn't easy to get a spot. "You." The peak third layer cultivator suddenly extended his hand and pointed at a peak first layer cultivator in the center of the pond. "Ah, me." The pinnacle cultivator was in disbelief. He was already very close to the center and his head was very low, so how did he discover him? Moreover, he was at the peak of the first layer. Shouldn't he target the weakest layer? "That's right, hurry up and come out." The peak level 3 cultivator shouted impatiently. "Ah." Although he was unwilling, the peak first layer cultivator still stood up from the hot spring. He had no choice. Who asked him to be so unlucky? The peak of the third layer cultivator was very pleased with himself and prepared to cultivate. As for the peak of the first layer cultivator, he stood behind Xiaoqin. According to the rules, those who were replaced had to line up at the back. Who asked him to have so many days left? He couldn't afford to waste it, right? At this moment, Xiaoqin guessed what the peak level 3 martial master was thinking. This guy chose a spot that wasn't the innermost but was also quite remote. His purpose was probably very simple. He was afraid that a higher level cultivator would come and replace him. Although the possibility was small, even a higher level cultivator would pick the weaker first layer cultivators. They wouldn't take the initiative to deal with a peak level 3 martial master unless there was no one weaker than him. Earlier, Xiaoqin had been hesitating on whether or not to snatch someone else's spot. Now, however, he no longer felt any pressure. Xiaoqin pointed at the cultivator who had just arrived at the peak of level 3 and sneered, "You, come out, I've taken a fancy to your spot." "What?" The peak level 3 martial master thought he heard wrong. He looked at Xiaoqin in disbelief. Was he talking to him? "Yes, come out quickly." Xiaoqin imitated his tone and said impatiently, Ah. The peak level 3 martial master suddenly laughed. He looked at Xiao Chen as if he was looking at a big joke. Brat, are you talking to me? You're new, right? Don't you know the rules? I'll just treat it as a joke. I'm in a hurry to cultivate, so I don't have time to deal with you. Don't test my patience. Do you want to fight? Xiao Chen didn't waste words and directly said. The peak level 3 martial master saw that Xiao Chen was so arrogant and didn't seem to be joking. His face immediately became gloomy. He coldly stared at Xiao Chen and said, Brat, if you kneel down and admit your mistake, I won't kill you. The number of martial masters that died in my hands can be counted on one hand. What you said is exactly what I wanted to say, Xiao Chen said. Ah, that's good. The peak level 3 martial master flew up and directly landed on the edge of the hot spring. He revealed all of his strength and clawed at Xiao Chen's head, fierce eagle claw. Although Xiao Chen was a true cultivator, his only weakness was that he couldn't reveal his strength. If he didn't make a move, others wouldn't be able to see his strength. Even if he revealed all of his true cultivator strength, he would only be able to show the strength of a peak level 2 devil master. Pah! Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to get entangled with this person. With a dark flame palm, he directly swatted the peak level 3 martial master away like a fly. He didn't hold back either, so this peak level 3 martial master was unlucky. He let out a blood-curdling scream and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Then he fell heavily on the ground 10 meters away. He struggled a few times but couldn't get up. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious internal injury. At this time, the way everyone looked at Xiao Chen was different. Although he looked like he only had the strength of a peak level 2 devil master, the martial skills he displayed were enough to match a peak level 3 martial master. In fact, they even faintly surpassed it. Fourth layer. The peak level 3 martial master struggled a few times and spat out 2 words with difficulty. Excuse me, Xiao Chen indifferently walked towards the hot spring. He didn't even bother to look at the peak level 3 martial master. The martial master who had spoken to Xiao Chen before had a lingering fear in his heart. Why wasn't his attitude just now better? This guy wouldn't hold a grudge against him, right? The crowd unconsciously opened up a path for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smoothly walked to the edge of the hot spring. However, he subconsciously wanted to enter the hot spring, but he hesitated for a moment. He turned his head and looked at the nearest martial master and asked, Is the water in this hot spring very deep? I see that everyone is flying over instead of walking over. Why is that? The martial master was startled. Although he was puzzled by Xiao Chen's question, he still explained truthfully, That's right. The water in this hot spring is so deep that you can't see the bottom. If you go in, you basically won't be able to come out. Therefore, everyone directly flew over to the cultivation spots. The cultivation spots are stone platforms that have existed since ancient times. There is no problem at all. Xiao Chen nodded. So that's how it was. Just now, he was puzzled as to why these people didn't cultivate in the gaps between the cultivation spots. Instead, they just had to wait for people to give up their cultivation spots. It turned out that there were no other places to cultivate. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen directly flew over to the empty cultivation spot and sat down cross-legged. In fact, when Xiao Chen arrived at the ancient ruins of the Blazing Mountain, he already knew that his father was definitely not inside. According to the rule that he would definitely be transported out within a month, even if his father got lost here, he would definitely be transported out. As for this hot spring pool, Xiao Chen sensed it. Although there was heaven and earth spiritual energy in it, and it could indeed have the effect of washing the marrows and bones of a martial artist, the effect was extremely limited. At least this was the case for Xiao Chen. He could cultivate here, and his cultivation speed would be faster than outside. However, if he wanted to achieve results, he would definitely not be able to do so without 8 to 10 years. By then it would be too late. And Xiaoma, go and find out for me where the netherworld flame that heats up this pool is. Xiao Chen was now thinking about the heavenly flame. And Xiaoma came out of the sea of spiritual awareness and directly entered the hot spring. No one discovered him. Who would have thought that there was already an additional black shadow in the spring? With the mentality of taking things as they come, Xiao Chen temporarily cultivated in the pool. It was better to be slow than nothing. He would cultivate as much as he could. Xiao Chen still understood the principle of accumulating. Time passed by minute. This pool was probably very deep. Even if Xiaoma was a ghost talisman demon, it would not be easy for him to explore it. He would not be able to get a result in a short time. The sky darkened and the sky brightened again. Xiao Chen was a little worried. How deep was this pool? What was down there? Would there be any problems after Xiaoma went down? However, it was useless to worry. Without knowing the situation, Xiaoqin could not rashly look for Xiaoma. Fortunately, the trace of spiritual awareness connection between him and Xiaoma still existed, indicating that Xiaoma should not have been destroyed yet. Another 2 days passed and Xiaoma still had not returned. Xiaoqin could only wait while cultivating. In the past few days, a few cultivators had been teleported out of this place because their time was up. The peak third-layer cultivator who had been sent flying by Xiaoqin did not come to line up again. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. Xiaoqin did not know where he had gone to recuperate. With his current condition, he would definitely not be able to compete with others for a spot. Even a first-layer martial master might be able to suppress him. Every day, newcomers came to the periphery of the hot spring. The rules were the same as before. Some low-level martial masters were directly squeezed out. However, there was a third-layer martial master who relied on his strength to make Xiaoqin give up his spot. As the number of high-level martial masters increased these days, the weakest in this pool was only a second-layer martial master. On the surface, Xiaoqin looked like a peak second-layer fiend master. Therefore, he was treated as a pushover by the third-layer martial master. However, just as he spoke, he was stopped by a familiar cultivator who explained to him. This person was shocked and looked at Xiaoqin with a hint of evasion. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "I'm sorry, it turns out to be a senior from the 4th layer. I have offended you just now." Chapter 652. Xiaoqin's tyrannical ferocity was still vivid in the minds of these first-layer martial masters. Therefore, if anyone had any ideas about Xiaoqin, most of the people who were familiar with him would warn them. However, today there were 3 people who were not afraid of Xiaoqin. These 3 people were the first-layer martial master and the 2 advanced martial masters. These 2 were 4th-layer and 5th-layer martial masters respectively. When he saw these 3 people appear, Xiaoqin's eyelids twitched slightly. He didn't expect these 3 people to be able to find this place at the same time. He didn't know how they were able to meet in the illusion array, but it was clear that they had some tricks up their sleeves. "I'm afraid everyone knows the 3 of us, right? I won't say too much. The 3 weakest people in the pool, give up your positions." The 5th-layer martial master stood at the edge of the hot spring and said in a powerful voice. Although his voice wasn't loud, it carried an unquestionable certainty. It was clear that this was the order he gave to the others every time he came. When the cultivators in the hot spring saw these 3 people, they all had helpless expressions on their faces. These 3 people were very famous in this area, but they would appear in the hot spring almost every month. Every time they came, they would ask others to give up their positions. If they had to give up their positions to the 4th-layer and 5th-layer martial masters, the others would be willing to do so. However, they had to bring along a 1st-layer martial master to take advantage of them every time. This made it a little unfair. However, the situation was stronger than the people. The 2 advanced martial masters were very overbearing and would make a move at the slightest disagreement. Not many people present were a match for them. After all, this hot spring was only effective against martial masters below the 6th-layer martial master level. Those above the 6th-layer martial master level didn't have much use. Therefore, these 2 people rarely had opponents. Even if they did, they wouldn't provoke them. They would only target low-level martial masters. In the hot spring, there were 3 relatively weaker people. At this time, they took the initiative to stand up. There was no choice. It was better than being beaten out of the hot spring. Isn't that the kid over there who runs fast? The 1st-layer martial master's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw Xiaoqin in the hot spring and his eyes spat out flames of anger. Oh! The 4th-layer and 5th-layer martial masters looked in that direction. Indeed, they saw Xiaoqin. "You don't have to get up." The 5th-layer martial master pointed at the person who had taken the initiative to stand up. He then pointed at Xiaoqin and ordered, "You, the kid in the white shirt. I'm talking to you. Stand up." There was a reason why they hated Xiaoqin so much. They were about to succeed, but Xiaoqin beat them to it. Although they would succeed the next day, it would be different after they entered. The 3 of them had been wandering around the blazing mountain hot spring for many years, so they had a general understanding of the illusory array here. In other words, entering on that day would be the easiest time for the 3 of them to find the hot spring. If they missed it by a day, the 3 of them would have to teleport a little further away. It would not be easy for them to meet up, and it would also be difficult for them to find the direction of the hot spring. This was something they had learned from their experience. They even had to pay attention to where they stood on the teleportation formation. And every time they were able to quickly find the hot spring, it was also because of this rule that they had figured out. However, they had delayed Xiaoqun for a day, and in the end he had spent several days in the Flame Mountain. This made them extremely angry and they pushed all the blame onto Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun frowned. He thought to himself that these three people were really looking for trouble. They didn't hurry up and cultivate after coming here. Instead, they wanted to find trouble with him. Did he offend them just because he got first place? Xiaoqun naturally did not know the inside story. Of course, even if he knew, he would not give in to them. His own time was also very precious. Are you talking about me? Xiaoqun stood up and said coldly. One was at the 5th and the other was at the 4th. He did not have any confidence at all. Without Xueqian's help and in Xiaoma by his side, it was already not bad for Xiaoqun to be able to sneak an attack on this 4th layer martial master. As for the 5th layer, it was basically impossible. He did not want to leave. He still did not know where in Xiaoma was, but he had no choice. However, he could not let these people have it too easy. He had to at least kill one of them before leaving. Xiaoqun did not believe that these people would dare to chase after him in this low-visibility desert. With this thought in mind, Xiaoqun leaped onto the shore and threw a fireball at the 4th layer martial master in front of him. Then he threw a dark flame palm at the 5th layer martial master. In Xiaoqun's opinion, the fireball technique would definitely be able to kill a 4th layer martial master. As for this 5th layer martial master, the fireball technique would not work. At most, it would cause a small injury, let alone a dark flame palm. It might not even cause a small injury. However, what Xiaoqun did not expect was that the 5th layer martial master's reaction speed was very fast. When Xiaoqun smashed his palm over, he directly kicked at Xiaoqun. Boom! Xiaoqun was shocked. He only felt a huge force suddenly attack him, pushing him towards the hot spring. Before he could find a cultivation spot, he fell into the gap between two cultivation spots and suddenly sank. Xiaoqun subconsciously struggled upwards. The hot spring was bottomless. Who knew what was at the bottom? However, the hot spring seemed to have a suction force but no buoyancy. Xiaoqun felt his body swaying. Even if he struggled with all his might, it was to no avail. Before he completely sank, the last scene Xiaoqun saw was the 4th layer martial master on fire quickly jumping into the cultivation spot in the hot spring. The true samadhi fire on his body was actually extinguished by the hot spring water. How was this possible? Xiaoqun did not expect that his two full-powered attacks would not cause any damage to the two of them. If he had known this would happen, he would have attacked the 1st layer martial master. Xiaoqun quickly sank into the hot spring. His mind was still filled with doubts. Why was it that other extinguishing methods were ineffective against the true samadhi fire, but this hot spring water could? You overestimate yourself. Although the 4th layer martial master was in a somewhat sorry state, he had immediately jumped into the water after being hit and did not suffer any injuries. Therefore, he thought that Xiaoqun had only used a very ordinary demonic cultivator martial technique. As long as he entered the water, he would be able to break it. If you don't court death, you won't die. Seeing that there were only a bunch of bubbles left on the surface of the hot spring, the 5th layer martial master shook his head. He coldly snorted and leaped onto the cultivation spot that Xiaoqun had been at. There was a reason why he was so angry and wanted to kill Xiaoqun right from the start. He was about to break through to the peak of the 5th layer. It could be said that he was burning with impatience. Therefore, he was very angry that Xiaoqun had delayed him for a few days. The 1st layer martial master did not say anything. He only sneered and went to another cultivation spot. In his opinion, the 5th layer martial master was right. Xiaoqun was completely courting death. If he left quickly, although it would not look good on his face, at least he would not die. Now that he had entered this hot spring, he would drown soon, right? At the very least, since ancient times, there had never been a precedent of people being teleported out of the hot spring. This was because dead people would not be teleported out. Xiaoqun felt like he was being held back by some kind of force as he kept falling. There was gravity in this hot spring, so he wouldn't drown. After all, he was a cultivator at the peak of Foundation Establishment Level 1. The essence in his body could replace breathing. However, if he kept falling like this, where would he go? Even if he was a cultivator, it was impossible for him to stay down there for the rest of his life, right? Xiaoqun gave it a try. At the very least, he was unable to swim up. With his current strength, he was completely unable to compete with the gravity. Xiaoqun sighed in his heart. However, he was still here. He could be teleported out in a month. Thinking about it, as long as he did not die at the bottom of the hot spring, there would be no problem. Xiaochen could still survive for a month. After falling for an unknown period of time, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in Xiaochen's ear. "Master, why are you down? Little demon?" Xiaochen was shocked. He looked up and saw that it was indeed in Xiaoma. "Master, I've already investigated. The bottom of this lake is very deep and wide. Apart from some dead people's bones, there is also a pile of bluish-purple flames burning. This should be the heavenly flame that Master needs." And Xiaoma followed Xiaochen and descended again. "The flames are actually in the water?" Xiaochen was a little shocked when he heard in Xiaoma's words. This completely subverted his common sense. There was actually fire in the water? The heavenly flame is a flame that belongs to the laws of heaven and earth. At this time the elder heaven ancestor's voice sounded. "What's so strange about burning in the water? There are also some heavenly flames that are in rocks or ice. This is not strange. There are even flames wrapped in flames. The reason why this hot spring water can extinguish your true samadhi fire is probably because there is an even more powerful netherworld fire in the water. I was also wondering how this hot spring water could extinguish the true samadhi fire. Now it seems that this is the reason. There's such a magical thing." This was the first time Xiaochen had heard of it. Indeed, some things in the cultivation world existed that subverted common sense. However, Xiaochen did not have the previous resentment at this moment. He came here to subdue the heavenly flame. Since the heavenly flame was at the bottom of the hot spring, he had to go down no matter what. Even if he waited for Xiaoma to return, the result would still be the same. However, it would be difficult to explain to the other cultivators why he jumped down. Now that he was kicked down by a fifth-layer martial master, it saved him a lot of trouble. All the way down, Xiaochen finally saw the bottom of the hot spring. The bottom of the pool was very big. It was actually a structure similar to a slender bottle. The deeper it went, the wider it became. Looking at the bottom of the pool, there were some scattered bones. They must have been cultivators who had drowned before. Where is the netherworld fire? Xiaochen did not see anything similar to a flame in his line of sight. "It's over there." And Xiaoma said, "It's more difficult to find because this flame is bluish-purple and very weak. If I don't look carefully, I won't be able to find it at all. It took me a few days to find it." Chapter 653. Xiaochen nodded in realization. It was no wonder. And Xiaoma had been down there for a few days. He had thought that he had disappeared. "Lead the way." Although the bottom of the hot spring was flat because of the water, even Xiaochen walked very slowly here. He was different from Xiaoma. This guy was a ghost talisman demon. When floating in the water, Xiaochen could only rely on walking. Moreover, because of the strong gravitational force at the bottom of the pool, his footsteps were very heavy. Every step took a lot of effort. If not for Xiaoma, he would not have been able to find anything at the bottom of the lake even if he came in once. Suddenly, Xiaochen's footsteps stopped. He was attracted by a jade pendant shining with green light next to a pile of bones at the bottom of the pool. He subconsciously squatted down and wanted to pick it up to see if it was a spiritual jade. But when he picked up the jade pendant and saw the appearance of the jade pendant, Xiaochen was stunned. At this moment, his mind suddenly went blank. Tears also gushed out in an instant, mixed in the spring water, but no one noticed. This jade pendant was his father's jade pendant. Xiaochen's hand holding the jade pendant trembled a little. He never expected to see his father's jade pendant at the bottom of the lake. This jade pendant was carved by his father. It was made according to the appearance of the jade pendant made from the spiritual jade he had on him. He wore it on his body as an amulet, so Xiaochen recognized it at a glance. There was no mistaking it. How was this possible? Could it be that his father had died in this hot spring? Among these bones was there a pile of fathers? Xiaochen couldn't believe it, nor did he want to believe it. No, he must have made a mistake. Someone else also had this jade pendant. However, when he turned over the jade pendant, the obvious Xiao character on the back of the jade pendant would not lie. At this moment, Xiaochen was silent. He squatted at the bottom of the water in pain, feeling at a loss. He only felt that at this moment, everything had become meaningless, as if the sky had collapsed. The truth he had been searching for had been shattered. "Master?" And Xiaoma floated forward for a distance and found that Xiaochen did not follow, so she quickly turned back to look for him. Xiaochen was pulled back to reality by an little demon's voice. Looking at the jade pendant in his hand, he was in so much pain that he did not want to respond. He knew that his father was looking for this hot spring water so that he could bring it back to temper his body. However, was this really his father's skeleton? Although Xiaoqun saw the jade pendant and guessed that his father was most likely dead, there was still a trace of doubt in his heart. If his father fell down, then what about the others? There were so many people in that team. They couldn't all fall down, right? Didn't anyone spread the news? Could he have accidentally dropped the jade pendant to the bottom of the pond? Thinking of this possibility, Xiaoqun suddenly felt his whole body relax. Sometimes, as long as there was hope, even if one knew that this hope was not very likely, one would still follow this hope and move forward. This was the case for Xiaoqun now. He thought of this possibility, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. He took a deep breath, stood up, and strode forward. As for the pile of bones behind him, Xiaoqun did not even bother to take a closer look. Only he knew deep in his heart that he did not look at it because he did not want to find anything. The more he looked, the easier it was for him to get lost in some details. Let's go, it's nothing. Xiaoqun shook his head and said faintly. Oh. And Xiaoma did not ask much and continued to lead the way. Half an hour later, and Xiaoma pointed to a depression not far ahead and said, Master, the heaven and earth mystical flame is inside. Xiaoqun looked around and saw that there was a depression at the bottom of the pond, but it was difficult to find it if one did not walk close. No wonder Xiaoma had looked for it for so long. If one just looked back and forth, it would be impossible to see it clearly. There was a little surprise in his heart, and the haze in his heart slowly dissipated. Xiaoqun walked over and squatted down. A scorching hot air came to his face, but there was a gloomy and cold aura in it. This was a very strange feeling. It felt very hot, but there was an involuntary chill in his heart, and it even made him shiver. This flame was indeed the heaven and earth mystical flame from the 9 Serenities hell. As soon as he got close, he felt a chill in his heart. Just from this encounter, Xiaoqun could feel that this flame was very powerful. It was definitely more powerful than his true samadhi fire. Sure enough, the heaven and earth mystical flame was much stronger than the flames produced by the cultivators themselves. Elder Heaven Ancestor, how can I subdue this mystical flame and make it my own? Xiaoqun asked with some excitement and joy. If a cultivator wants to subdue a mystical flame, the method is very simple. That is to destroy the divine sense of the mystical flame. Elder Heaven Ancestor said, the heaven and earth mystical flame is a spiritual object formed between heaven and earth. It has divine sense on it. Although it has not become a spirit, it will not be easily used by others. Therefore, only by destroying its original divine sense can you absorb it into your divine sense C and use it for yourself. Destroy the divine sense? Xiaoqun was slightly stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this. Yes, you need to use your own divine sense to refine the mystical flame's divine sense and add your own divine sense to it. Elder Heaven Ancestor continued, this process may be very long, because it will also take some time for you to form a communication with the mystical flame's divine sense. Communication with divine sense? Xiaoqun suddenly had an idea. Then isn't it similar to the intent of comprehending the Tao in the Tao Comprehension Sand Valley? It's really similar. If Xiaoqun had not mentioned it, the Elder Heaven Ancestor would not have thought of it. This way you have the advantage. With the experience of communication, you should be able to smoothly form a communication with the mystical flame and then try to refine it. Okay, then I will try it now. Xiaoqun was a little excited. However, Xiaoqun, there is one thing I must remind you of. Although the mystical flame can increase a cultivator's strength after being subdued, it is not easy to subdue it. Elder Heaven Ancestor reminded him seriously, in the cultivation world, many cultivators who possess mystical flames can only do so under the protection of the elders of their clans or sections. However, you have no one to help you. Elder Heaven Ancestor, even if I wanted to help, I would not be able to. Aren't I a genius? Xiaoqun said smugly. I am a genius, even more powerful than you when you were young. Bullsh *T, without the help of spirit jades, you are nothing. Although Elder Heaven Ancestor said this, he had to admit that after Xiaoqun reversed cultivated the Heaven's stolen fortune battle art, his strength had indeed increased very quickly. In less than half a year, Xiaoqun had successfully built his foundation. In the cultivation world, he would be considered a genius, not to mention in the secular world where the spiritual energy was thin. Even with the help of spirit jades, how could a genius in the cultivation world not have the help of spirit jades? Or even more. Moreover, Xiaoqun had only started cultivating at the age of 18. He had clearly missed the best age. No matter how good his talent was, it would still be wasted. Xiaoqun sat cross-legged on the edge of the flame of the underworld. He closed his eyes and began to use his mind to communicate with it. Perhaps it was because he had the experience of communicating with the Tao Enlightenment Sand Valley. Very quickly, Xiaochen's mind poured into the flame of the underworld and established a connection with it. Xiaochen's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of joy. It seemed that this deviant flame was very easy to communicate with. It was so easy to establish a connection with him. Thinking of this, Xiaochen hurriedly concentrated and continued to communicate with the deviant flame. Xiaochen seemed to have entered a new world. This was not the bottom of the hot spring, nor was it his spiritual space. Instead, it was an endless world of darkness. Inside, he could not even see his fingers in front of him. All around him, there were only clusters of bluish-purple flames surging back and forth. At this moment, Xiaochen felt like he had entered a sea of fire in an ice cellar. Even though it was scorching hot on the outside, his heart was bone-chilling cold. This feeling was like two extremes of ice and fire. One cold and one hot, two extremes that could make a person collapse. Xiaochen's forehead was covered in sweat. However, his teeth uncontrollably chattered as they trembled. He seemed to feel the anger of the flame of the underworld. This deviant flame could actually sense his intention to refine it. While it was protesting, it was also using its actions to punish Xiaochen's ignorant actions. At this moment, Xiaochen seemed to understand why the Elder Heaven Ancestor said that in the cultivation world, cultivators would need the protection of their family or sex elders in order to subdue the deviant flame of the underworld. If it was an ordinary person with a weak mind, under the cruel torture of ice and fire, it would be a small matter for them to suffer from qi deviation. They might even collapse and die if they were not careful. Break for me. While Xiaochen used his body to resist the scorching heat and bitter cold, he released his divine sense, surging in all directions, preparing to invade the deviant flame. After releasing his divine sense, Xiaochen felt an obstructing aura. In the surroundings, there was something that was resisting Xiaochen's divine sense. However, Xiaochen was also a determined person. He would not give up just because of this little bit of difficulty. In the past, when he could not become a martial artist, he persevered for more than 10 years. He was a good example. How long had it been? However, he did not care and continued to use his divine sense to invade the surrounding deviant flame. His divine sense was very strong. He did not believe that this deviant flame could resist for a while, but it could resist for a lifetime. Xiaochen's persistence seemed to have aroused the strong dissatisfaction of the deviant flame. Xiaochen clearly felt that his body was more than twice as hot as before. That bone-chilling cold in his heart had also dropped to the freezing point. Suddenly the scene in front of Xiaochen changed. It turned into another scene. It was as if he had returned to the bottom of the hot spring. He saw an imposing man falling from above, falling into the bottom of the lake. It was his father Xiao Feng. Xiao Chang's heart trembled. He saw his father struggling in pain, unable to breathe in the hot spring. He tore at his clothes and the jade pendant on his neck was torn off and thrown to the side. Ah! Xiaochen watched as his father walked step by step towards the edge of death, but he was powerless. It was as if he was by his father's side, but he was unable to interfere. He was like a bystander, only able to watch from afar. Chapter 654. Dad. Xiaochen shouted. Master, what's wrong with you? And Xiaoma looked at Xiaochen's strange expression and shouted, which made him a little puzzled. Hearing in Xiaoma's voice, Xiaochen was suddenly shocked. The scene in front of him disappeared in an instant. He was still surrounded by endless darkness, with only the bluish-purple flames surrounding him. Phew! It's actually an illusion. Xiaochen did not expect that he would have an illusion just now. It should be that the flame of the underworld was unwilling to be subdued and refined by him, so it created an illusion to confuse him. After regaining his calmness, Xiaochen began to refine the flame of the underworld again. He seemed to feel its unwillingness, but Xiaochen's heart was so firm that he would not give up because of these illusions. The surrounding 9 underworld flames also felt Xiaochen's determination and began to struggle on the verge of death. The heat that covered the sky and the earth, and the deep chill that came from the heart, made Xiaochen sink deep into it and he couldn't help but shiver. However, Xiaochen's divine sense was constantly fighting against the surrounding flames, wanting to integrate into it. The scene in front of him changed and he saw Xinjingshan. The Sky Fox sect was destroyed, and Xinjingshuan's body was pierced by a long sword. Qing Minjing Jin Beibei Yi Xiaoye Tang Tang Su Chuxia Tian Suruan Song Huowu Hongzhu. The figures of these people flashed in front of him one by one, each more miserable than the last. However, Xiaochen did not care at all. He already knew that these were all fake. It was just an illusion created by the extraordinary flame because it did not want to be refined by him. At this moment, there was only determination in Xiaochen's eyes. Although the extraordinary flame could affect his thoughts, Xiaochen had walked out of the demonic path of illusion. All these became fleeting clouds, and it was as ridiculous as watching an advertisement. At the same time, Xiaochen increased the intensity of refining the mystical fire. The purplish-blue flames around him obviously couldn't resist for too long. Xiaochen could feel that the 9 underworld fire's spiritual sense had begun to be broken by him. The moment his spiritual sense entered the 9 underworld fire, a message also poured into Xiaochen's mind. Let me go. I beg of you, it's not easy for the heavenly flame to have its own thoughts. I've already surpassed divine sense and have my own thoughts. Xiaochen was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the fire of the underworld had already developed a mind of its own. He didn't know what to do, so he turned to the Elder Heaven Ancestor for help. Surprised, the Elder Heaven Ancestor said, "Heavenly flames can form their own divine sense. However, this divine sense is mostly a form of self-protection. It's very rare for it to form its own thoughts," Zhao Feng said. "I've only heard of it, but I've never seen it. Then what should I do now?" Xiaochen heard that the Elder Heaven Ancestor hadn't seen it before, so he felt even more strange. "You might as well talk to it," the Elder Heaven Ancestor said after thinking for a moment. "You're the 9 underworld fire? In order to subdue and refine you, I've traveled thousands of miles to come here. Do you mean that you want me to return without accomplishing anything?" Xiaochen asked coldly. No, I mean, can you keep my spiritual sense? You can refine me, but don't erase my spiritual sense. I'm not an ordinary mystical fire. I've formed my own thoughts. I don't want to dissipate from this world." The 9 underworld fire begged. "Then what's in it for me?" Xiaochen didn't directly agree but asked. "You can refine me into an existence similar to your ghost talisman devil. I need to listen to you and I can't disobey or resist. But I can also help you do a lot of things." The 9 underworld fire said. "What can you do? Let me see your value first." When Xiaochen heard this, he felt that it was a good thing. But on the surface he pretended to be very disdainful. "For example, when you're refining pills, if you can't accurately control the pill fire, I can help you control it. Because I'm the 9 underworld fire, I can easily change and control the temperature." The 9 underworld fire said, "Then if you see other mystical fires, I can also help you subdue and refine them. Fusing them with me, I can also continue to help you control them." "What else?" Xiaochen was very happy. Just these few benefits were already a lot. "Also, I can help you attack people. I can sneak attack." The 9 underworld fire said, "I can secretly appear and help you sneak attack the opponent." "Oh, alright, seeing that you're barely useful, I promise you. Then I'll continue." As Xiaochen spoke, he began to continue refining the 9 underworld fire. But this time, Xiaochen was only inclined to integrate his own divine sense into it. He did not attack and erase the original divine sense of the mystical fire. This time, the 9 underworld fire's divine sense also gave up resisting. Instead, it let Xiaochen's divine sense smoothly enter and fuse with it. Since Xiaochen had already promised it, it could only resign itself to fate. If Xiaochen went back on his word at the last minute and erased its divine sense after fusing with the mystical fire, it would be too easy. But it also knew that even if it resisted, it would not be able to resist for long, so it could only choose to believe in Xiaochen. Phew. Half an hour later, Xiaochen opened his eyes. The flame in his divine sense had completely disappeared. In its place, Xiaochen felt that the 9 underworld fire was already in his sea of divine sense. Suddenly, Xiaochen was filled with excitement. He had successfully refined the 9 underworld fire. This mystical fire was indeed powerful. Even the Elder Heaven Ancestor had to stay far away from it, not daring to rashly approach it. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaochen withdrew from his sea of knowledge. He wanted to test the power of this mystical fire. He opened his eyes and with a thought, a palm-sized bluish-purple flame immediately appeared in Xiaochen's palm. It jumped back and forth on top of the flame. It was obviously somewhat happy that Xiaochen had kept his promise and preserved its divine sense. Just from the palm of his hand, Xiaochen could feel that the power of this mystical fire was not comparable to the Samadhi true fire. At this moment, even if it was a 5th-stage martial master, Xiaochen was confident that he could turn him into ashes. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. You dare to kick me into the hot spring? See if I don't kill you when I get back. Although I had indirectly helped Xiaoqin had always been a vengeful person. Clenching his fists tightly, the deviant flame disappeared. At this moment, Xiaoqin's face was filled with arrogance. However, what surprised him was that the hot spring water, which was originally warm and hot, had gradually cooled down after the flames of the underworld were subdued and refined. From now on you will be called Little Underworld. Xiaoqin gave the 9 underworld fire a name. You and the little demon must live in harmony, do you hear me? Yes, master. The 9 underworld fire immediately said. Although it was powerful, it was actually weaker than the ghost talisman devil. If Xiaoqin wanted to erase its divine sense, the mystical fire could still be used, but the ghost talisman devil would be useless. Therefore, it cared more about Xiaoqin's attitude than in Little Demon. Let me ask you something, Little Underworld. Have you been at the bottom of this pool for a long time? Do you remember everything that happened here? Xiaoqin asked. I remember most of it. What does Master want to know? Little Underworld asked. Do you have any impression of this jade pendant? Who did it fall from? Do you remember what he looked like? Xiaoqin paused. He was a little nervous. He wanted to know the truth, but he was afraid to know the truth. This was a very contradictory mentality. He was very afraid that Little Underworld would say that the person was his father, Xiaofeng. Even if he knew the truth, he would be very unhappy. I have some impression. Little Underworld saw the jade pendant in Xiaoqin's hand and fell into memory. I paid special attention to this shiny thing. At that time it was a man with a big beard. He was a little burly and his face was full of muscles. Well, it's all right. After hearing these characteristics, Xiaoqin immediately ruled out his father. This was because they were two completely different people. It was impossible for him to be his father, Xiaofeng. It seemed that this jade pendant had fallen into someone else's hands for some reason. Xiaoqin was also relieved at this moment. I'm going up now. By the way, there is gravity at the bottom of the pool. Little Underworld, can you crack it? Xiaoqin asked. Yes, I'm not afraid of gravity. If I am on you, master, then you will not be afraid of gravity. Little Underworld said. Xiaoqin was stunned. He tried it and felt that his body was as light as a swallow. He did not feel heavy at all. Now Xiaoqin was fine. He had refined the mystical flame. Although there was no news of his father, as the saying goes, no news is good news. Thinking of this, Xiaoqin jumped up and swam up. Those practitioners who were practicing in the hot spring also felt that something was wrong at this moment, because the water in the hot spring gradually became cold. Without the burning of the mystical flame, the spring water also lost its effect of bone and marrow cleansing. A level 6 martial master, who was also the one with the highest cultivation among them, stood up angrily from the practicing position in the hot spring. He looked around and shouted angrily, "What's going on? Who knows what's wrong?" He was also on the verge of a breakthrough, so he was practicing hard. However, the hot spring water did not work. How could he not be annoyed? Who did it? Why is the spiritual qi in the hot spring gone and the water cold? The level 6 martial master felt that someone must have done something to the hot spring. Otherwise, the current situation would not have happened. However, all the cultivators present stopped their cultivation and looked at him blankly. They also knew that the hot spring was not working, but they also wanted to know why. Many people had come here with great difficulty, but the hot spring suddenly lost its effect. At this time, at the edge of the hot spring, a practitioner suddenly pointed at the level 5 martial master who had driven away Xiaoqin and said, "Just now, he broke through." He was now at the peak of the level 5 martial master. That's right, the 3 of them came later. The hot spring pool was fine before, but when they came, there was a problem. Moreover, this person must have absorbed a large amount of hot spring water to break through. Another cultivator who had suffered a loss also stood up and added insult to injury. Chapter 655. Although he knew that it might not make sense, there was no need to be reasonable at this time. The 6th level martial master was in a fit of anger. All he needed to do was provoke him a little. Sure enough, the 6th level martial master looked at the peak of the 5th level martial master and roared, "It really was you. You sucked dry the spiritual energy in the hot spring. Everyone attacked together and beat them to death to vent your anger. Because of them we came for nothing." In reality, the 6th level martial master was not stupid. He knew that this matter was strange and might not have anything to do with the peak of the 5th level martial master. However, he had a nameless fire in his heart that he had nowhere to vent. Now that he had a target to vent his anger on, how could he let it go? And here, many people had suffered at the hands of the peak of the 5th level martial master. These 3 people were already notorious. Previously, because of their superior strength, everyone was alone and did not dare to make an enemy out of them. Now that this 6th layer martial master had raised his arm and shouted, everyone was instantly enraged. In a flash they called out to him. The peak of the 5th layer, 4th layer, and 1st layer martial masters all felt that something was wrong. They stood up and broke into a run. Although the peak of the 5th level was tyrannical, don't forget that he was not the only one in this pool. There was even a 6th level martial master. Wouldn't beating him be child's play? In the end, before the 3 of them could run far, they were surrounded by these cultivators. The story of a master being beaten to death by random punches was not a legend, it had happened right in front of their eyes. Xiaochen went up to the hot spring but did not find a single person. In the end, he looked to the side and saw a group of cultivators beating someone up. Xiaochen was a little puzzled. He walked over and asked a cultivator at the back who could not squeeze in, "May I ask what's going on?" Those 3 cultivators especially like to steal other people's cultivation spots. Now that 5th level martial master broke through to the peak of the 5th level, he was framed and said that he sucked dry the spiritual energy in the hot spring, so he was beaten up. The cultivator said helplessly, "I can't squeeze in, otherwise I would have beaten them up too. They also stole my cultivation spots." Xiaochen was a little speechless. He originally wanted to come up and take revenge, but in the end these 3 people were almost beaten to death and they actually used such a strange reason. Shaking his head, Xiaochen could not be bothered with them. He turned around and left. He did not want to be recognized here. Why do you look so familiar?" The cultivator seemed to have thought of something. When he turned around he saw that Xiaochen had disappeared. Xiaochen found a spot in the mist and sat down cross-legged. Although he couldn't cultivate, he needed a foothold to wait for the teleportation. In the blink of an eye the 1-month deadline was up. Xiaochen only felt his body lighten, and he returned to the square where he had bought the ticket. However, Xiaochen did not see the 3 peak 5th layer martial masters in the crowd. It seemed like they had been beaten to death by someone. How miserable. He didn't know why, but Xiaochen felt that this was really fun. He laughed out evilly. "Who asked you guys to scam yours truly? Now you guys have been scammed to death by yours truly, haven't you? In your next life you better hide when you see me." After leaving the square, Xiaochen went straight to the car and drove to the teleportation array near the Bubble Clan's Cultivation City ruins. Xiaochen should also leave. He had been here for more than a month and it was almost the new year. When he returned to the warrior guild, Xiaochen came to hand in his mission. Seeing that Xiaochen had come out so quickly, the staff member who received him was a little surprised. However, he just comforted him. "It's normal that you didn't find anything. The desert is hot and you came out after more than a month. Obviously it's quite wise. If you had wandered around endlessly, you might have fallen inside." "Who said that I didn't find anything?" Xiaochen was surprised. "You found spirit stones? That's not easy. What, right? I'll refund you the 10 million deposit and give you some points," the staff member said. Xiaochen was too lazy to say more. He directly took out 10 spirit stones from his backpack and placed them in front of the staff member. "What?" The staff member looked at the spirit stones on the table and was directly dumbfounded. "You found 10? Xiaochen nodded. "Amazing, the experts from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau are really amazing, too amazing." The staff member could not help but praise Xiaochen. Although it was true that the Warriors Guild was using missions to scam some money, they were in great need of spiritual stones. For Xiaochen to be able to fork out 10 spiritual stones was already a great contribution. "It's okay." Xiaochen looked at the staff member's change of attitude and was a little speechless. "I'll refund your deposit. Give me your account number." The staff member said, "Then I'll directly transfer the points to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's account. Also, I'll give you this year's best mission prize." "Oh, thank you." Xiaochen wasn't very interested in the prize, but he thought that Xia Zhili would be very happy. He was a person who cared about his face. After completing the procedures, Xiaochen also prepared to return to Tianfang province. He didn't know if the Wang family's matter had calmed down. He had disappeared for so long and the Wang family couldn't find him. This time Xiaochen didn't wear Xiaochang's mask. He was also afraid of being recognized by the Wang family. After all, Tianfang province was the Wang family's base camp. Xiao Qin directly transformed into Yang Jianan's appearance and left the airport. He stopped the taxi and went to the headquarters of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Xia Zhili had already moved to the headquarters and was now in charge of the affairs of Team B. The previous office was also handed over to the new successor. Xiao Qin tried his best to avoid the cameras along the way. He wore a cap and went directly to the door of Xia Zhili's office. He knocked on the door. "Who is it? Please come in." Xia Zhili's voice sounded. Xiao Qin pushed the door open and entered. Then he closed the office door and said, "Deputy Bureau Chief Xia, I'm back." "Jianan? Why didn't you tell me in advance? I could have sent someone to pick you up." Xia Zhili was slightly stunned when he saw Xiao Qin. He then smiled and said, "How was it? The mission this time wasn't easy, right? I asked around and found out that we were scammed. This mission is very difficult to complete. Once the deposit is paid, it's basically impossible to get it back. I'm really sorry for making you lose a lot of money. But don't worry, I'll think of a way to make it up to you." "There's no need." Xiao Qin shook his head. Just when he was about to talk about the mission, the phone on Xia Zhili's desk rang. "Hello, I'm Xia Zhili." Xia Zhili waved his hand at Xiao Qin and picked up the phone first. "Oh, what? Is what you said true? Okay. I got it. That's great." After hanging up the phone, Xia Zhili stood up excitedly and looked at Xiao Qin. "Jianan, I didn't expect you to be so capable. You actually completed the mission successfully? Even the Martial Artists Guild of the pugilistic world praised us and gave us the Best Mission Award. You must know how great of an honor this is. For our Supernatural Investigation Department to be recognized by the Martial Artists Guild, and at the level of the pugilistic world at that, you've really done a great service this time. When the time comes, I'll report it to you." "It's all right. This is all thanks to Deputy Bureau Chief Xia, so I don't really care much about it." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "When the time comes, I'll just give the credit to Deputy Bureau Chief Xia." Xia Zhili looked at Xiao Qin in surprise. Then he smiled and nodded. "Not bad, little Yang. Don't worry, Xia Zhili will definitely not forget you in the future. Right, the outer star ink meteorite. I found it." Xiao Qin took out a small box and calmly placed it on Xia Zhili's table. "Although it took me a lot of effort and I was almost killed, I remembered that Deputy Bureau Chief Xia has always been kind to me. So, I put my life on the line and managed to get this item." You really got it?" Xia Zhili was shocked. He was just asking casually. He didn't expect that Xiao Qin would really be able to get his hands on it. After all, this was something that only existed in legends. How could a single person get their hands on it? If that was the case, it would have been taken away long ago. Yet, Xiao Qin actually managed to do it? At this moment, Xia Zhili had already forgotten about the award. His mind was filled with agitation. He carefully opened the small box and saw a pitch-black rock inside. His body trembled slightly. "It's really the outer star ink meteorite. I've seen its description and the energy fluctuations on it can't be wrong. Jianan, you actually gave it to me? Didn't you think of keeping it for yourself?" I don't need it for the time being. Besides, I've already said that Deputy Bureau Chief Xia has always been kind to me. I can't be ungrateful." Xiao Qin smiled. In truth, he still had a large piece. Since he couldn't use it for himself, he might as well do Xia Zhili a favor. In the future, he still needed to rely on Xia Zhili. Xia Zhili took a deep breath and looked deeply at Xiao Qin. Then he nodded and kept the small box of the outer star ink meteorite. Patting Xiao Qin's shoulder, he said, "All right, go back to the hotel and have a good rest. I'll get someone to book a room for you." "Right, Deputy Bureau Chief Xia, I would like to apply for a leave to rest." "I wonder," Xiao Qin said. "And I'll help you apply for it. Just wait for my news." Xia Zhili agreed readily. "All right." Xiao Qin was also tired. After coming out of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, he went to the hotel where he stayed previously. Someone had already booked a room for him. He took the room card and went back to rest. During this period of torment, Xiao Qin didn't have a good rest. It was just the right time for him to have a good sleep. After hanging up the Do Not Disturb sign, he turned off his phone and lay on the bed. Soon Xiao Qin fell asleep. On the other side, Xia Zhili was about to help Xiao Qin apply for a leave when the phone on the table suddenly rang. "Hello, I'm Xia Zhili." Xia Zhili picked up the phone. "Deputy Bureau Chief Xia, I'm Yang Jianan." A hoarse voice came from the other side of the phone. "Jianan, didn't you go to the hotel to rest? I've already booked a room for you." Xia Zhili was a little puzzled. "Is there anything else?" Chapter 656. No, Deputy Bureau Chief Xia, you have been deceived. I am Yang Jianan. The one before was fake. I have seen it. Yang Jianan's voice was a little anxious. I was thrown off the cliff by Xiaoqin. I suspect that Yang Jianan is Xiaoqin because he likes to pretend to be me. And according to common sense, the most dangerous place is the safest. We, the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, put him on the wanted list, but he didn't play by the rules. Wait, I am a little confused. You said you are Yang Jianan? Xia Zhili frowned and said, then where are you now? Should I go and find you? I am downstairs of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. I have already come in. I am in the lobby of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Yang Jianan said. What? You are here? Xia Zhili was stunned. He then knocked the table twice with his hand. You mean that you are the real Yang Jianan and the one I saw before was the fake Yang Jianan? Yes, Deputy Bureau Chief Xia, you and I should be very familiar. You will know when you come and take a look. Yang Jianan said. Okay, then wait for me. Xia Zhili hung up the phone. He hesitated for a moment and dialed another number. However, the sound of the phone being turned off made him frown again. After pondering for a while, Xia Zhili walked out of the office and took the elevator to the lobby of the first floor. However, what surprised him was that Yang Jianan was blocked by Song Bilian and Pang Fengde. The three of them were talking about something. Xia Zhili was a little annoyed. This Yang Jianan was really restless. Even if he was the real one, there was no need to have a conflict with Song Bilian the moment he came back. He quickly walked over and asked loudly, what is going on? Pang Fengde laughed. This is too interesting. Deputy Bureau Chief Xia, your subordinate is playing with the real and fake Monkey King? He said that he is the real Yang Jianan? Does he mean that the one who offended the Tianfang Wang family was the fake Yang Jianan? Yes. Yang Jianan said angrily, Pang Fengde, don't think that I am afraid of you. I am now the Deputy Bureau Chief of Team B. Why are you acting in front of me? Haha, I know you're the Deputy Leader of Team B. Pang Fengde looked at Yang Jianan with a faint smile. I'm laughing because you're scared, aren't you? Are you afraid that the Tianfang Wang family will find trouble with you so you created a fake Yang Jianan? Alright Fengde, that's enough. Song Bilian waved his hand at this time and stopped him saying, I have just made a phone call to confirm it. According to the current Yang Jianan, the previous Yang Jianan did indeed enter the hotel. In other words, there are indeed two Yang Jianans. Pang Fengde was dumbfounded. He looked at Yang Jianan and said, is what you said true? Could that Yang Jianan be Xiaoqin? Nonsense, why would I lie to you? Yang Jianan said angrily, I was afraid of you in the past but now that I've been promoted, my position is similar to yours. Why should I be afraid of you? A fake is a fake. Damn it. So, the one who opposed us before was Xiaoqin? Pang Fengde was furious and slapped his thigh saying, Motherf asterisk her, we were all fooled by Xiaoqin. Deputy Bureau Chief Xia, you came just in time. What do you think about this matter? Song Bilian looked at Xia Zhili who was walking over and asked. He didn't yell like Pang Fengde. Although this Yang Jianan in front of him seemed to have eyes and nose, no one could guarantee that he was the real one. Maybe he was the fake one, so Song Bilian couldn't comment on it. Anyway, Yang Jianan was Xia Zhili's subordinate. Naturally, Xia Zhili would come forward to solve it. Well, you said that you are Yang Jianan. How can you prove it? Xia Zhili looked at Yang Jianan, but with just one glance he was sure that the person in front of him was Yang Jianan. Then the previous person, I can do an identification. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau should have all my information. As long as the DNA and other data match, it can prove that I am the real one. Yang Jianan didn't talk nonsense. He knew that a scientific identification was more accurate than thousands of words. Hearing Yang Jianan say this, Xia Zhili could basically confirm his words. He originally wanted to deal with the matter in front of him in a low-key manner. After all, if this matter was blown up, it wouldn't be good for him as the supervisor. Previously he believed in a fake Yang Jianan for so long. What if others attacked him because of this? But now that Song Bilian knew, Xia Zhili couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. Therefore Xia Zhili was indescribably annoyed with Yang Jianan. Motherf asterisk her, you came back just because you said you came back. Why did you make it so that everyone knows? What is this? This is great, I have to force myself to make a decision. Okay, then arrange for the identification immediately. Xia Zhili said. Deputy Bureau Chief Xia, I suggest that we immediately bring people to arrest Xiaoqin. He is a wanted criminal. Yang Jianan suggested. Let's do the identification first. Xia Zhili frowned. We can't prove that you are the real one now. It won't be too late to make a conclusion after we prove it. Maybe you are fake. Okay. Yang Jianan nodded. Song Billion looked at the unhappy Xia Zhili with a faint smile. Without saying anything, he turned around and left with Pang Fengde. He was very happy to see the situation in front of him. He estimated that it would be impossible for him to be promoted after this stain of not being noticed by others. He guessed that Xia Zhili definitely wanted to deal with it in a low-key manner and secretly replaced Yang Jianan. But now it seemed that it was impossible. Everyone knew about it. This Yang Jianan was really stupid. The identification could be done at the headquarters of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Soon the results came out. The Yang Jianan in front of them was undoubtedly the real Yang Jianan. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau also held an emergency high-level meeting to discuss this matter. Although the bureau chief of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau didn't appear, Deputy Bureau Chief Ling Tian presided over the meeting. The matter has been resolved. Yang Jianan has returned to the team. The previous Yang Jianan should be Xiao Chen in disguise. Now there is no need to say anything more. We just need to come up with a decision as soon as possible. This matter was caused by Deputy Bureau Chief Xia's dereliction of duty. He was negligent in using people and caused such a huge mistake. I suggest that we stop Deputy Bureau Chief Xia's work and let him reflect on himself. Song Billion naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Alright, don't blame anyone. You also didn't notice this matter. What do you think about the conflict between you and the fake Yang Jianan for so long? Ling Tian waved his hand. Obviously, he didn't want to be entangled in this matter. Let's do it this way. The real Yang Jianan will lead the team with Pang Fengde and Song Huawu's assistance. We will capture the fake Yang Jianan and bring him to justice. Deputy Bureau Chief Ling, I think that Xiao Chen definitely won't let himself be captured. Yang Jianan said. I'm afraid that he will struggle on his deathbed. After all, he will die if he comes back. Yes, if necessary we can kill him. Ling Tian nodded. Yes. Yang Jianan was overjoyed. He wanted to get rid of Xiao Chen. He couldn't even be bothered to capture him. He wanted to return the humiliation that Xiao Chen brought him. If it wasn't for the help of a benefactor, he would be dead for sure. When he fell from the cliff, he was seen by Sun Abayo, who was helping old man Shishan gather herbs. Sun Abayo saved him. In order to recover from his injuries, he had no choice but to cultivate an evil technique. Although his strength skyrocketed and his injuries healed, the pain he suffered was not just a little. Although this evil technique was very powerful, he already knew that Elder Shishan used him as a test subject and let him cultivate it first. If there were no problems after cultivating it, he and Sun Abayo would then cultivate it. However, from the looks of it now, although there were side effects, the increase in strength was real. Although Yang Jianan's current strength was already at the perfect circle of Martial Master level 10, he didn't dare to be negligent. He brought Pang Fengde to the warehouse and chose a few firearms with strong penetrative power. In his opinion, playing with guns and cannons was the most comfortable. When the time came, he could randomly shoot at Xiao Chen and then Xiao Chen would be dead for sure. Song Huawu was the last to know about the mission. When she found out that Xiao Chen's identity had been exposed and the real Yang Jianan had returned, she was stunned. Isn't Yang Jianan dead? Why is he back? Moreover, he made a decision so quickly and ordered us to capture Xiao Chen? As a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, Song Huawu had no room to resist. She could only obey orders. Song Huawu followed Yang Jianan and Pang Fengde into the MPV. Her heart sank. She wanted to secretly inform Xiao Chen to leave, but she didn't have the chance. There were only 3 of them in the MPV. If she took out her phone, she would definitely be discovered. Song Billion looked at Song Huawu and smiled coldly. The reason why he wanted Song Huawu to go with them was because he wanted her to see that the person who had deceived her feelings was Xiao Chen, that big liar. Regardless of whether Song Huawu liked Xiao Chen or not, Yang Jianan and Pang Fengde had killed Xiao Chen. Song Huawu would definitely be disheartened and would no longer think about Xiao Chen. Old Pang, the previous misunderstanding has been resolved. We still have to cooperate sincerely in the future. Yang Jianan said with a smile. Well, I didn't expect to be deceived by that brat Xiao Chen. I thought it was you. This time, hee. Pang Fengde raised the gun in his hand and gave him a knowing look. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Song Huawu was burning with anxiety. The MPV quickly arrived at the hotel. Yang Jianan parked the car and rushed into the hotel with Pang Fingda with weapons in hand. They got into the elevator and Song Huawu could only quickly follow behind. The elevator stopped at the floor where Xiaochen was. Yang Jianan and Pang Fingda rushed out first, eager to try. Song Huawu looked at them and knew that they had no intention of capturing Xiaochen. Instead, they wanted to kill Xiaochen directly. However, Song Huawu was also very clear that it was useless even if she said anything. She was just here to join in the fun. The real mission was carried out by Yang Jianan and Pang Fingda. The three of them finally stopped at the door of Xiaochen's room. Yang Jianan looked at the Do Not Disturb sign and kicked it aside. Chapter 657. Yang Jianan's heart was very agitated. During this period of time, in order to survive, he had to accept Elder Shishan's treatment. Of course, the so-called treatment was to use him as a test subject, inject him with a reagent, and then let him practice a mental cultivation method called Fire Wolf Divine Technique. What made him even more humiliated was that his kidney was replaced with a wolf dog's kidney. The reason was that his kidney was damaged when he fell into the valley. Of course, Yang Jianan didn't think so. If his kidney was damaged, would it still be effective to replace it after a few days? However, in order to survive, he didn't raise any doubts. What made him most depressed was that after the dog's kidney was replaced, he couldn't do that. Something must have gone wrong, causing him to lose the joy of being a man. However, in his opinion, he didn't resent Elder Shishan. Between the two of them, one was willing to fight and the other was willing to suffer. If not for Elder Shishan, he would have died in the valley, so he was willing to become a test subject. He placed all his anger and hatred on Xiaochen. From his point of view, all of this was caused by Xiaochen. Today he could stand here and personally end Xiaochen's life. He was so excited that his entire body was trembling. Boom! Yang Jianan raised his leg and kicked the door flying. Xiaochen, who was sleeping inside, was also startled awake by the sudden loud noise. Yang Jianan? Xiaochen looked at Yang Jianan in surprise. He was still in Yang Jianan's appearance, but the real Yang Jianan actually appeared? Didn't this guy fall off the cliff and die? Why did he suddenly come back? Xiaochen was secretly shocked. When he saw Pang Fingda and Song Huawu behind Yang Jianan, he knew that his matter must have been exposed by the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. These three people were probably sent to capture him. Xiaochen also knew that he would not be able to get away if he was caught. Subconsciously, Xiaochen wanted to get up and jump out of the window to escape. However, it wasn't Xiaochen's character not to leave something behind before escaping. A ball of netherworld flames smashed towards Yang Jianan, and Xiaochen turned and rushed to the windowsill. What kind of rubbish is this? With a wave of his hand, Yang Jianan extinguished the flames of the underworld that Xiaochen shot at him. Then he raised the gun in his hand. Xiaochen was shocked. He saw this scene from the corner of his eyes, which made him very stunned. How could this be? The fire of the underworld was a heavenly fire that was even more powerful than the true Samadhi fire. Why was it that nothing happened to Yang Jianan? Was it because he hadn't completely refined the flame of the underworld, causing its power to decrease? But it wasn't very likely. Although it was strange, Xiaochen did not stop. He knew that if he did not run now, it would be too late. Even though he was a cultivator at the peak of Foundation Establishment Level 1, he was still weak in the face of firearms. He recognized the gun in Yang Jianan's hand. It was a pistol that could shoot special armor-piercing bullets. If Xiaochen was hit by it, he would definitely die. Bang! Before Xiaochen could run to the window, Yang Jianan had already pulled the trigger of the pistol. An armor-piercing bullet shot out, and the target was Xiaochen's back. Xiaochen was shocked. He quickly tried to use his object manipulation technique to control the trajectory of the armor-piercing bullet. However, what he didn't expect was that even though he was at the peak of Foundation Establishment Level 1, he could only slightly change the trajectory of the armor-piercing bullet. In the end, the armor-piercing bullet still brushed past his shoulder and left a wound. What a fast speed. What a powerful gun. Xiaochen was a little surprised. It seemed that Yang Jianan was very well prepared. In order to kill him, he got such a powerful pistol. At this time, Pang Fingda also rushed over and raised his gun. He was originally here to help. He thought that Yang Jianan would be able to deal with it easily. He didn't expect that Xiaochen would have a few tricks up his sleeve, so he prepared to help. Seeing this scene, Xiaochen's heart suddenly sank. He was a little annoyed that the hotel's bed was so far away from the window. In fact, in this kind of 5-star high-end hotel suites, It was normal for the bed to be far away from the window. In order to prevent the guests from hearing the noise outside the window, they would be far away. Don't. Song Huawu saw that both of them were about to shoot at Xiao Chen. She suddenly turned pale with fright. Although she knew that her obstruction was of no use, she subconsciously rushed in front of Yang Jianan and Pang Fengde and stood behind Xiao Chen. At this moment Yang Jianan had already fired. In other words, he had no intention of stopping. In the past he deeply coveted Song Huawu. However, through his previous communication with Pang Fengde, he already knew that Song Huawu and Xiao Chen should be sleeping together. This made him very annoyed. Although Pang Fengde felt that Song Huawu was deceived by the fake Yang Jianan, Xiao Chen Yang Jianan didn't think so. When they were in school at Songning Second High School, Xiao Chen and Song Huawu had a good relationship. It was not surprising that they were together. Yang Jianan even guessed that Song Huawu definitely knew that Xiao Chen was the fake Yang Jianan. Of course, the most important thing was that because his dog kidney was swapped, he had completely lost his ability as a man. So, in his eyes, Song Huawu was just an accomplice of Xiao Chen. If he killed her, then so be it. Pang Fengde stopped in time, but when he saw Yang Jianan shoot, he was so scared that he suddenly turned pale with fright. Jianan, what are you doing? Song Huawu, since you betrayed the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, then let's die together. Yang Jianan's face flashed with ruthlessness. After he finished speaking, he continued to shoot. Whoa. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already run to the edge of the window. He was about to jump down, but he saw that Song Huawu actually blocked a shot for him. This made his footsteps suddenly stop. Go. Song Huawu was a little anxious. She shouted at Xiao Chen, hurry up and go. Are you stupid? Xiao Chen's expression was a little complicated. He didn't expect Song Huawu to stand up and block a shot for him. This made him feel touched, but at the same time he felt very guilty. Hurry up and go. Song Huawu shouted anxiously. Xiao Chen was in a dilemma. Get out of the way. Yang Jianan looked coldly at Song Huawu, who was blocking in front of him. However, when he said this, Yang Jianan pulled the trigger again. Jianan, what are you doing? Calm down. Pang Fengde was also shocked. He stepped forward and wanted to stop Yang Jianan. He had been pursuing Song Huawu. Recently he had some results. He couldn't let Yang Jianan kill Song Huawu. Scram. Yang Jianan's arm shook. The strength of a peak 10th-stage martial master was displayed in its entirety. It directly sent Pang Fengde flying. He slammed into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Yang Jianan pulled the trigger of his pistol. The second shot was fired at Song Huawu. Whoa. Xiao Chen wanted to rush over, but Song Huawu seemed to have gone crazy. She suddenly turned around and threw herself at Yang Jianan's muzzle. Go, hurry up and go. Are you stupid? Avenge me in the future. Song Huawu's voice was heard at the same time as Yang Jianan's gunshot. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth so hard that they were about to bleed. At this moment he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Even when he was wanted by the entire city, he hadn't felt this helpless. When he saw Yang Jianan's strength as a peak 10th-stage martial master, he knew that there was no way he could compete with him. No wonder his netherworld flames were useless against him. It wasn't that the heavenly flames were weak, but that Yang Jianan was too strong. Looking at Song Huawu, who was covered in bright red, Xiao Chen clenched his teeth, turned around, broke through the window and jumped down. In his ears he seemed to recall the words Song Huawu said to him that night. Xiao Chen, although we can't play together anymore, my life is yours. Huawu, I hope you're okay. Yang Jianan, Pang Fengde, Xiao Chen will remember what happened today. It won't be long before I return. At this moment Xiao Chen's eyes were blurred with tears. Damn it. Yang Jianan kicked Song Huawu away and rushed to the window. When he saw the endless stream of cars and people below, he knew that Xiao Chen had escaped. No matter how arrogant he was, he wouldn't dare to shoot in the downtown area. Huawu, how are you? Pang Fengde climbed up from the corner of the wall and rushed to Song Huawu. However, when he saw that Song Huawu was covered in blood, he panicked. He didn't dare to blame Yang Jianan. He didn't even dare to look at him. Pang Fengde was extremely shocked. He didn't know how Yang Jianan had become a martial master at the peak of the 10th level. What kind of speed was this? It was unimaginable. At this moment he was no match for Yang Jianan. He didn't dare to touch Song Huawu. He could only take out his phone and call Song Billion. Pang Fengde, how was it? In the end you killed Xiao Chen, right? Song Billion's calm voice came from the other side of the phone. This is bad, Deputy Bureau Chief Song. Something big has happened. Pang Fengde said anxiously. Xiao Qin escaped. Song Huawu took the bullet for Xiao Qin and was shot twice by Yang Jianan. I don't know if she's dead or alive. What? Song Huawu is injured? Song Billian's voice immediately changed. Yes, what should I do? Yang Jianan is actually a martial master at the peak of the 10th level. Pang Fengde didn't forget to remind him. Originally, Song Billion wanted to blame Pang Fengde for not stopping it. However, after hearing about Yang Jianan's strength, he couldn't say anything. He was also very shocked. How was this possible? However, Song Billion quickly reacted. When he came back to his senses, he knew that something big had happened this time. He didn't have time to say anything else. He hung up on Pang Fengde and rushed out of the office. He looked for Ling Tian and called for an ambulance to go to the hotel. Yang Jianan turned around coldly. He glanced at Song Huawu and looked at Pang Fengde. He said calmly, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Yang Jianan didn't care what Pang Fengde said. He quickly left the room and walked to the end of the corridor. However, Yang Jianan didn't leave. Instead, he went to the public bathroom of the hotel. He opened a syringe and quickly injected a medicinal liquid into his body. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.